eBay on a Tuesday. Yeah, it's been a bit since we did one on a Tuesday. But yeah, sorry for the wait. It's a little too chaotic for me the last few days to pull it off on the weekends. But that's okay because we're here now to do it today. I got your packages, by the way, Coolio. I'll open them up tonight. Appreciate it. I believe they're both yours, right? You said you sent 2 of them. This actually came with a little comic book, huh? It's probably going to go for quite a bit. Let's see what people bid on this. Looks pretty mint. What are they normally going for? $100. I don't know what that comic is going to be worth. Hello, Francisco. Hello, Roth. Hello, John. Hello, Honey Squids. Black Mamba. Vita recommendations. I'm not the best at Vita recommendations. I haven't played my Vita in a very long time. I pretty much stopped buying games for that thing a long time ago. So my Vita collection isn't all that impressive. I would just say don't ignore the launch titles. The launch lineup for the Vita was super strong. Some of the best games are actually the day one games, like Luminous, Uncharted, Wipeout. Also, make sure. My number one Vita recommendation would be Tearaway. Yeah, Gravity Rush is really good on Vita too, but Tearaway for sure. That game is built for the ground up for the Vita. Yeah, Luminous. Katamari's really decent on Vita, but Uncharted, you definitely got to play Uncharted. That's on PlayStation DRM stuff. Yeah, it's kind of messed up what's going on with that. It almost makes me consider buying indie games on Xbox or Switch instead. Like games that are available on those platforms. Maybe I start buying them on my Switch instead. I just love how a copy of Pokemon Ruby, despite being for parts and repair, with a cracked cart shell is still going for $70 with shipping. Nice. What were the best games in the lot, Rob? Hello, Chrome. I'll tell you one thing, there's definitely not as many auctions ending on a weekday, from the looks of it. Because we're only on page 2 and we're 18 minutes out. I see fingerprints. I see fingerprints. Oh my god, that's creepy looking. What the hell? It's like a horror movie. I actually kind of wish our cover for 13 looked the same as the Japanese one. It's just so much cleaner with the foil effect on there, on the logo. The cover with lightning is cool and all, but I think I prefer the white cover with the logo. I actually wish almost every Final Fantasy cover was like that. The DRM stuff, yeah. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's not good news for someone like me that buys a lot of digital games. Like, still, today. Which, at the end of the day, it's not the biggest deal, like, when you look at it in the big picture in terms of, like, oh, I always have my console connected to the internet, so it's always going to be available. But what happens eventually 15, 20 years from now when they shut down the PS5 store? Then those games are gone. Considering the PS3 is still going, I mean, it's probably going to be a bit, but you never know. So pretty much we got to get mad for the 15, 20 years from now when PS5, PSN is shut down. But it will make me reconsider buying certain games on Switch instead. If it's not available on, you know, if it's available on both. Yeah, we just gotta buy physical when possible. It's been mostly confirmed that it's a thing that's existed from 2020. Wait, I'm confused. So this has been going on for 6 years? I don't know, believe me, most of the games that I'm playing on PSN are definitely not getting re-releases in the future. I mean, look at the garbage I was looking at on PSN last PSN stream. That's a box I don't see often. 1010-2 HD remaster. Just don't remember seeing that cover much. Yeah, I'm still pretty mad about what they did with the PSN store though, with like, as I'm browsing the PSN store, they boot me out to the top. Like, what is that? Really hope that's fixed the next time I look at it. It's a PS... Okay, so it's something that's existed on PlayStation Plus games. They're attaching it to digital games, so all digital games. Because jailbroken PS4s can snag the license without downloading them. I'm still a little confused on it. But it doesn't change the fact that they're still doing DRM on all future digital games you buy, right? So I guess we have the jailbreakers to blame. They're the ones probably crying the hardest. Hello, Ein. Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much for that resub. 49 months. Hello, Cody. Hello, Flood. Hello, Chemdream. Hello, Actilas. Yeah, I mean, the new Xbox logo's cool and all, but right now it's just, it's all show, right? Like, we gotta start seeing, at the end of the day, the thing that matters is the games. So they could have the coolest logo in the world, but it won't mean much unless they improve the games division, so let's see what happens. I think they should have changed, they should have held off on the logo change until the next Xbox. But I'm also not a big fan of the minimalistic logos that companies use these days, so changing it sooner the better. Yeah, I feel the same way with the pricing quest of today. We've been so desensitized to expensive modern games, it's like it helps us prepare to buy retro games instead. The prices of those. Yeah, Sony is just kind of hoping that this gets swept under the rug right now. I don't think there's enough buzz around it, personally. I haven't seen that many, like, pushback posts about it on social media. At least ones that get a ton of likes. Like, they're out there, but it's not as drastic as it should be. And then if they get away with it, you know, Nintendo and Xbox may follow suit. Maybe not Xbox right now. They're trying to win back players, but maybe Nintendo, I could see Nintendo doing something like that. And that's a beat up box. I'm not familiar with that wizardry game. Crusaders of the Dark Savant. Cool map. Did this get ported somewhere else? Is this on GOG or anything? Looks good. A better time to buy AES Plus. Yeah, that's why I have the AES Plus pre-order thing pinned in my YouTube chat. Because I'm sure there might still be some people thinking about it. If Earthion comes to AES, I would instantly buy that. That's like the perfect AES game. Yeah. But the thing is, right now, just think about it. The only reason the PlayStation Store isn't taken down is because they were going to take it down, but there was a lot of pushback about it, right? Because there's still a lot of people that are very attached to, you know, still being able to purchase those digital games. But there will come a point where playing games as a service, like cloud streaming and all that. That is the future for sure. That is the way modern gaming is heading, where you just don't own your games at all. You just pay to play them. So once most of the player bases moved on the PC or detached themselves from the feeling of having to own their digital games, they'll pull the plugs on digital stores. I really don't think the PSN PS5 store is going to last as long as PS3. I think it's going to go down much faster. I mean, think about where we're going to be 20 years from now with video games. It's going to be a whole different landscape. There's going to be no consoles. Everything's going to be digital in the cloud, or whatever the heck the technology is going to be then. I don't think you're going to have any ownership over digital games at that point. So I think they're going to pull the plug way faster, you know, when the time comes. Could be 10 years. May not even be 15 or 20. The industry right now is definitely not the same as it's going to be 2 decades from now. Or a decade, for that matter. Thank you, Sonic Hex. Thank you for the 71 months. That's why Frico is rocking a 3DS and Homebrew. Yep. Yeah, you're set for a while. This is really why I'm just, you know, a lot of people are getting back in the older games, because guess what? Other than disc rot becomes prevalent, where your carts start failing, and then you always have emulation anyway to fall back on, but you don't gotta worry about that stuff. Spending $40 on a digital-only game, you're gonna have to really think about that going forward. Is it gonna be worth it? You know, of course, still picking up the games that are like a couple bucks. You know, no big deal. Play it, enjoy it. If it's gone forever in the future, it is what it is. That's just the doom and gloom of the apocalypse of the future of video games. Just don't put the majority of your money in a digital collection. This is like trippy to look at. First I thought they were stacked on top of one another. Let's see what we got here. Nothing. That's the most mundane Xbox 360 lot I think I've ever seen. Oh, thank you, EK. How do I rate the PS3 game Folklore? It's been a very long time. Hello, Inconsiderate. It's been a long time since I played Folklore. It's hard for me to, like, freshly judge it, because it's been so long since I played it. So it's... I don't remember loving it, though. I'll just say that. I remember it being a very, like, 7 or 8 out of 10 kind of game for me. I don't know what I would think of it now if I played it, though. Especially now, because I have a different perspective on those, like... 360 PS3 era action games. I'd probably end up liking a lot more now, because back then we didn't know how good we had it, how that genre of games would change over time. No, I don't think Maniacal's drinking on a Tuesday. I'd be surprised if we see him. He's probably got it on his calendar. Saturdays only. Hello, Epic. Yeah, I tried to start the stream pretty as early as I could tonight, because my schedule's kind of like flipped around right now. So I got to go to the gym after the stream, so... You know, we'll go for our mostly usual length, but I do have to end the stream and head to the gym. But yeah, the reason there was no eBay stream on Saturday is eBay had a ton of issues, server issues. You really couldn't browse the site. You couldn't log in, you couldn't log out, you couldn't browse listings, you couldn't, like, it was just non-stop errors. And it wasn't just me, it was worldwide. And that went on for hours. I think it eventually got resolved on Sunday. Unfortunately, I was too busy to do it on Sunday. But I've never seen something like that happen with eBay before. It was pretty bad. It was like that in the morning too, but not as bad as it was later in the day. I feel bad for people that had listings that were ending because you couldn't use the site. You couldn't bid or nothing. Switch 2 may be your final console. Yeah, for a lot of people, this is probably going to be the last console generation. Especially with the Steam box, right, when that thing eventually comes out. I think a lot of people are going to buy that, and it's just going to completely replace home consoles for a lot of people. Oh, I'm not disappointed with the Switch 2. There's been a lot of great games for it. But I think the thing for Switch 2 for me is it just feels like a Switch 1 that runs at 60 frames a second. That's pretty much it. So I feel like the transition from Switch 1 to Switch 2 felt even less exciting and impactful than the transition from, like, the 360 to the Xbox One. Or, like, more so the Xbox One to the Series X. Like, it really felt very... It felt more like a Switch Pro rather than a Switch, like a literal Switch 2. I really think there's a lot riding on the next Pokemon game. I think the next Pokemon game needs to deliver visually to, like, make me really feel like, okay, this is, you know, this is a step up. Because Pokemon games have traditionally always looked trashy. But just even getting a glimpse of Scarlet and Violet running at 60 frames on Switch 2 made me be like, okay, I could see where this is going. So when Winds and Waves comes out, if that game looks amazing with 60 frames a second, I think that's when it's finally going to hit me. Thanks, Burns. The 3DS, yeah, the 3DS was considered pretty lackluster for a while. You just gotta give him time. Give him time. I'm sure the crazy stuff is coming. One of my favorite listings, where they list the poundage. 13.4 pounds of Xbox 360 games. Goodwill is so funny. They don't list how many games, they list the pounds. Pretty soon in the future, it's going to be like, you're just going to go into a retro game store, and you're just going to, like, you're going to take a big scooper, like you're, like, scooping out some ice cream or something, and you're just going to, like, scoop the games into a bag, and they're going to weigh it, and that's how they're going to charge you for games like this, right? So, like, all the shovelware, you're not going to pick out what you want. You're just going to, like, blindly put a blindfold on and just scoop out and weigh it. Actually, it's a pretty good idea. If any of you have a retro game store and you got a ton of shovelware, take a couple of gems. Kent says Resident Evil Requiem looks great on the Switch 2. Very impressive. Yeah, I've seen it running on the The Switch 2. It's a really good side by side with the consoles. Yeah, just like put a couple little gems in there, right? But like the majority of it, I think this would work best for cart-only games. Probably not like complete in box. And then you just like scoop them, and then whatever you get, and you weigh it. Or you do a crane game, right? Like the crane games where it's a scoop, not like the little claws, like a scoop, and you just like scoop up shovelware. Telling you, if I had a retro game store, I'd do something like that. $10 a scoop. Now you'd probably need to charge like 15 or 20, honestly, if you had some decent stuff in there. Because think about how many games you're gonna get per scoop. Pretty decent price on Streets of Rage 3. Manual. Got a little bit of rental stickerage on there. So that's not complete. So no manual copies are going for like 110, 150. So this one's complete for 112. So it depends how much you value that manual. So I'll link to seller if any of you are interested in that. Yeah, that sounds miserable, Robert. Yeah, I think I'm completely done with modern Pokemon. Vintage Pokemon, like I'm still, you know, I'll never give up vintage Pokemon because that's the stuff I grew up with. I'm just like honing in on what I'm interested in, and I'm just gonna stick with it. There'll be a new video coming out on my card game channel talking about like what my collecting focuses are gonna be going forward. I really gotta hit up one of the card shows again. I haven't been to one in like half a year. They're just, I mean, they're fun to browse around, but man, those shows are... It's like you're going to a back alley like drug deal or something. The people in there are just, it's like a different world. How much money gets flung around at those things. You think video game conventions are crazy with prices? Man, you haven't seen nothing yet when it comes to a card game convention. I'm pretty sure for some people, their currency is Pokemon cards. Like they don't like that's what they buy and sell with cards themselves. They don't care about anything else. That is pretty much like their life savings. Oh yeah, no, there's some people out there that like they have way more than millions of dollars of inventory. It's ridiculous. What's up, Snorlax? Thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. Even just with me, the little bit that I picked up with like Pokemon 151 and some of the other things I picked up when I was able to find Pokemon in card stores. If I had not opened any of that, which of course I was buying it to open it, I mean, what the hell, I'm not sitting here investing in that stuff. But let's just say that I didn't open it. I don't even want to imagine how much money I would be able to have from that. But like when I was getting into it, nobody knew it was going to blow up like the way it did. I was able to get Pokemon 151 at retail, even slightly below retail. And now it's like, my goodness. I was getting the freaking ETB boxes for $50 each for 151. Those are what, like $1,000 now? It's just ridiculous, Pokemon. Ridiculous. The prices are too insane, and that's why people scalp the hell out of it. Because the money opportunity is beyond anything else on planet Earth right now. Like, seriously. Nothing goes up in price like Pokemon cards. There's a reason it's people are getting into brawls inside and outside of stores for this stuff. $151, I opened more of the Japanese 151 because it was a lot more affordable. I opened some English 151, but not as much as the Japanese. I unfortunately never pulled the Charizard. I pulled multiple Venusaurs. I'm not sure if I ever got an English Blastoise. Honestly, the best pull I ever had for 151 was Japanese 151. I got the Mew card. The one that's like a promo in the US. But the reason why that was so significant is because I was buying loose 151 packs, right? The ones that were supposedly searched. So I would buy them on eBay, like stacks of loose packs from Japan. So what they do in Japan, and you know, they do it everywhere, but in Japan especially, they'll open the booster box, they'll open packs until they get like the huge hit card, and then they'll just throw the rest of the packs like up for sale. So I would buy those packs because, I mean, at the end of the day, it was like whatever. They were cheap at the time. But I pulled the Mew, which was supposed to be a hit card, so it was a mistake on their part. And yeah, that was a huge surprise. Huge surprise. So that was probably the best pull I ever got from 151. Alright, we'll check back on auctions later. Nothing crazy. Auctions lacking on the weekday, seemingly. The one I got from Phantasmal Flames. Oh, the Charizard. I didn't get it graded yet because I don't know who I'd want to get it graded with, and I got to figure out if it's worth grading it. I don't think I'm holding on to it. I mean, as much as that's a cool memory to pull, I think if it pulled the 9, maybe I'd hold on to it, but if it got a 10, I'd probably sell it instantly. I don't even know what it's worth, but I would sell it. Well, this instantly sold. Let's see what they got. $300. Kirby itself is like, if that's complete, that's anywhere between 120 and 150 plus. Let's see if somebody got a good deal here, because everything else is certainly worth more than 150 altogether. Not bad. CGC and tag are 3K for a 10. I have to do some research to see what company would be worth the risk. Right, like which one is more likely to give a 10. And then go with them. The thing I don't like about PSA is they'll charge hundreds of dollars if it pulls a 10, which is ridiculous. I hate PSA. I really do. I think that's such a scam. They were showing us video games, now they're showing us a guy selling perfume. Somebody's selling comics. Oh look, the rock person's back. Oh, that one looks like a skull. We got someone selling shoes. Well, tag also nitpicks everything, so it's actually very hard to get a 10 with them. That's the reason I may not go with them. I may want the human error this time around. Well, is the pop 21 for a pristine or a regular 10? I wouldn't expect a pristine. The problem is it's actually not terrible as a lot, but man, that price is crazy. But you get Dante's Inferno, Earth Defense Force, Final Fantasy. This Rise of the Guardians game actually looks kind of cool too. Devil May Cry, Alone in the Dark, Sleeping Dogs. The Club, Darkness. It's a good lot. Just too much. What does a Gem Mint 10 go for then instead? Because you should never expect a pristine. Also, don't forget to like the stream. Because we're doing an eBay stream during the weekday, I think a lot of people are unaware that we're doing the eBay stream today. And it'll just help the YouTube algorithm find its way into more people's home pages, so make sure you like it to spread the word a little bit more. Helps out. 1,000. Yeah, I'd probably go with CGC. I don't trust PSA. I just don't trust them. At least with CGC, you have the chance at the pristine. Thank you, Metal. You just got notified of the stream on your phone? Interesting, they pushed out the notification that late. Guess better late than never. What oh, Twitch notified you? That's weird. It's actually not bad. God of War Black Label for the first game is easily by itself $22 these days. That's gone up way more than you think. So this is sort of like you're getting Devil May Cry for free or a lot cheaper. So not a bad lot if they're in good shape. $6 shipping makes it slightly less appealing, but it's still a good deal. I'll link the seller. Have I been working out? Yes. Actually, tomorrow marks 4 months since I started consistently going to the gym. Still in Gen Harvest Moon 64. Still grinding away. I got my 2 cows, 2 sheep, 6 chickens, and I'm stuck in the fall right now with only eggplants. I am not working with a trainer, no. I just do a lot of research. Like, I'm not just walking into the gym and being like, okay, let's just, like, hit up random machines. I have a game plan every time I walk in there. So, and almost, if I'm ever on YouTube, all I'm watching are fitness videos. I'm always researching, looking into what exercises I can drop and replace with better ones. Like, dropping a lot of the pin-loaded machines that don't seem to do as much for me, and then like bringing in plate-loaded or dumbbells or barbells instead. Gradually. Unfortunately, I keep getting this groin injury, so leg days have been a struggle. I had it a few weeks ago, and then I took like 2 weeks off from strenuous hip-focused exercises. And it's back. I gotta figure out what it is, like what the problem is. Because it limits what I can do. I think Scotty Hill. Thank you for the almost 5 years. Getting there. One more to go. You go to a gym that's training your legs so you can play more DDR. Yeah, that's definitely a benefit. Oh no, you definitely have to do legs. Yes. you pretty much survive leg day. But if you don't do legs, all your other stuff suffers. Plus, especially for someone like me with back pain, doing legs will eventually lead to hopefully improving back problems. But that's a very slow process. Because all that stuff is tied into your lower back. The posterior chain, as they call it, your core, your glutes. You start improving that stuff, it improves your posture, it improves back pain. But it's a very long grind, right? It's not something that's going to fix itself in weeks or months. We're talking years. Depending on how bad it progressed. For me, legs have been rough because I sit in the chair and stream. You know, all those years I spent just streaming every night. And then when I'm not streaming, I would just sit more. It's like, it just completely destroyed the glute muscles, which is a huge factor in back pain. So that takes a long time to build back up. Just for example, it took me, you know, people that go to the gym will understand what I'm talking about here, but when I first went, I could barely perform the hack squat with just the sled because my leg muscles, like all the muscles that you need to do something like that, were just not there yet. So like the first time I attempted it would be like 5 reps and then 3, and then I can barely do like 1 or 2. It took 4 months to finally get to the point where I can do 3 sets of 12 reps with just the sled. So I'm just getting ready to start putting plates on, but now I got this groin issue. So when I squat, it's like it's bad pain in my left groin area. I don't know if it's like the hip or a muscle there that I'm straining. I don't know. So I got to take it slow and try and figure out what the heck it is. Getting proper form is tough if you don't have a trainer. That's why eventually, once I work out all these kinks, and I start getting to the point where, you know, I can't really progress on my own anymore, I want to... I don't want to say I want to drop Planet Fitness, but I have another gym that I can go to that is like a independently owned gym that offers personal training. You know, it's one of those, they call them hardcore gyms. So like it's for the bodybuilders and like competitions and shit like that. But you know, I want to get a trainer from that place to help me with form on free weights and stuff. I'm not doing crazy free weights on your own. That's just asking for trouble. You definitely want to probably get a trainer for that. You may think you're doing it right, because I watch people. And even though I'm still pretty new at it myself, like I can see when they have wrong form. You know, doing the ego lifting. Like if I go to incorporate a new exercise, especially if it's something with like a dumbbell, I will watch multiple videos from different tutorials on YouTube. Don't just watch one. Watch multiple, read the comments, make sure people are like not calling out incorrect form, and then see the differences and what they recommend and everything. Don't just rely on one. Video game lot, my favorite. Pokemon trading card game box up there. Or Cloud 1 and 2. Let's see if that's complete. That looks like a reproduction. What is that? Yeah, they're Game Boy and Game Boy Advance in fan-made mini boxes. I was looking at it, I knew something looked off. You gotta be careful with hanging from a bar. I've looked into this. You can actually injure yourself more depending on what kind of back issues you're having. You don't want to just do dead hangs without properly researching what your back issue is. Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Buffy. Well, dead hangs daily are fine if you don't suffer from certain back pain. But some people can't do them, depending on what the back injury is. Unfortunately, it's not a cure-all for everybody. I don't buy stuff on my eBay streams for myself. Anything I find, I post for other people. If I buy something, it's for my member streams. I occasionally do this. Is that our first foot? What is that? Shoes or leggings? What the heck is that? Oh, Crocs. I think it's the first time we've seen Crocs on any eBay listing. If I come across a deal of a lifetime, I just put the link in chat. PC big boxes? No. No, I never got into that. Believe me, if I had the PC requirements ready and was more skillful at playing older PC games reliably, I would definitely buy more of those things. These things always scare me, these cases. Because if you lose this case, look at how much potential games and money you're losing. Right? Imagine if this whole thing was full. 3, 4, 5, 6. 24 games. You lose that case, you just lost 24 Switch games. Someone steals it from you, gone. You lose it, you misplace it. It's just too... it's too scary. Hello, Samuel. Code and box games should be banned. Yeah, did you see that Bethesda is releasing Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition and Skyrim with a physical box with a, as they call it, physical code inside. In other words, it's a physical piece of paper. Ridiculous. At this point, either just release it digital only or don't release it at all, right? Like, nobody cares about a physical code in a plastic box. Put it on a key card. That's better. Can't believe everything Google says, Crusader. Yeah, I used to play South Park on N64 a lot. I did the multiplayer and everything with my friends. I actually enjoyed South Park 64. But yeah, for those that don't know, Echo is releasing a new game. Not like new, but Echo Collection from the original creators, and they're doing a HD new graphics version of Echo the Dolphin. You can switch between all the versions at once. Pretty neat. I knew Echo was coming back for quite a while though, because I followed the site like a year or two ago. It's like, you don't make an Echo site like that unless it's actually making a comeback. No, game key cards are terrible, but they're nowhere near as dumb as a physical code in the box. Because at least with a game key card, you can sell or trade ownership of that game. Can't do that with that download code. It's gonna come out to be like $40 a game for these. Honestly, like not terrible. However, I don't think games like Cyborg Justice are really worth $40. So some games bring the price down a bit. Even games like Jurassic Park. So in a way, it kind of evens itself out. They are good shape though. They're good quality. I'll link the seller just in case. Echo's a hard game. I remember trying to play that when I was younger too. I had no idea what the heck I was doing. That's most people's experience with Echo as a kid. You just like swim around and have fun with it. I'm pretty sure I tried playing Cyborg Justice a long time ago, but we're talking like a stream from probably like 8+ years ago. Well, even if I buy a reproduction, I don't go through the trouble of trying to return it. Like, I got a reproduction in $64 recently. It's like, what am I gonna do? I just eat the loss. It's not worth the trouble. And I don't think eBay would do anything with reproductions. They'd probably side with the buyer. But I don't know. I don't have experience with that. Sellers kind of just get screwed on eBay. It was just the box for Blast Core. So I was like, whatever. It wasn't that much money. You've got to really scam me for me to try and return something. Not for all games in for. I got a pretty good deal on it. Some N64 games aren't as bad as you think they are with a box. As we've seen on my eBay streams. Some of them are pretty cheap still. Alright, it's not quite a foot. But we've got big... I was gonna say hairy legs, but they actually don't look all that hairy. But no feet. This may be the second eBay stream in a row with no feet. Oh, hold on. What the heck is going on there? Okay, it's the legs with their swim shoes on. Alright, they're mixing it up a little bit. Well, technically those are feet. Just lounging. But they're not bare feet. That's a lot of pictures. This person likes their shoes. They do not walk around their home barefoot. Color rapid fire. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I was about to sell a lot of N64 games, I'd at least take the time to dust off the console. And maybe the games. Whatever the heck that is on Zelda. A little bit of dead skin never hurt anybody, right? Pack it up, ship it to you. Found a dead roach inside of Super Nintendo ones. Yeah, don't ever look up PS4s and cockroaches. Unless you want me to do it for you. Alright, so I just Googled it. Let me just turn off Dark Reader so I can actually read this. Cockroaches are attracted to PS4 consoles because the internal power supply provides a warm, dark, and tight place suitable for nesting. These insects often enter through the bottom ventilation grates, leading to broken power supplies, failure to turn on, and in some cases severe infestations requiring specialized cleaning. Instead, I was joking, this is an actual problem. Let's see if I can find some images for you. This is a trigger warning here, by the way. Here, let me hide the chat so you can see this real quick. So there's what it is. You know what the back of a PS4 looks like, right? Where it's got like the slits where they can just kind of like slide right in there. So they climb in there, and then sometimes they get like baked onto the console, or they make a nest like this one. So not to scare any of you that may live in conditions that warrant cockroaches, but if your PS4 ever fails, or you bought a used PS4 that seems to have issues, some roasted, baked on cockroaches may be the issue. You're welcome. Oh, I love that. Look at that. So artful. It's like an art installation. Man, that's actually a neat idea. Look at this person. I feel like they just need to stop selling games on eBay and get themselves into like the Museum of Modern Art. So if you ever get a bunch of broken PS4 controllers, you can arrange them like this and then just hang them on a wall. It's like an art piece. Let's see what else they do. All the other listings are so boring. It's just that one was really good. I think my favorite one, I'm sure some of you remember from all those years ago, it was the one where somebody had a rock and they had Wii remotes resting on this rock, but it looked like it looked like the formation of that like seals would take, like seals just kind of like lounging on rocks. It looked ridiculous. Hello, Ethan. No, I had to take the chat off so people can see the dead cockroaches inside of PS4s. So it was blocking the screen. Yeah, just be careful if you ever buy a used PS4. Or any new console for that matter. I mean, man, my PS5, boy, let me tell you. I'm pretty sure if a cockroach crawled in there, it's like stepping in the lava. I think the PS4 was like the perfect middle ground for them. $20 GameCubes. If you know how to repair consoles and clean them up. Actually, it may not. It's probably still not worth it. That is a lot of GameCubes, though. Hey, thanks, Ninehander. Thanks to the resub, and I'm glad that you got your background noise for making your own listings. I feel like eventually we're gonna like brainwash Einhandler into putting his feet in his listings. See, that's the true meta. You list something on eBay while I'm streaming, put your big hairy legs and feet in there, you know I'm gonna click on the listing. But then make your listing like a really good deal, so I'm like, wait, hold up. This person's actually got a really good deal. And then I check out your items, and then I link your store. See, that's how it works. People just haven't caught on yet. What kind of game that is? Probably an adventure game. The seller's been trying to sell this box lot for quite a bit, for a while now. Probably about a month. Oh, I think they may be dropping the price though every time they list it. No games. Let's see what's in here. I always check box slots. Sometimes they're actually pretty good. Like this one here, it's not terrible. It's actually got some. It's got Star Ocean Second Story. It's actually got the NC. Isn't that the expensive NCAA? NCAA Football 14. It's got the Suffering Ties That Bind Evil Dead games. Some decent 3DS games. Why is it always the box slots that have like some of the best game selection? Why can't they actually have the games in here? The Switch games also aren't terrible. $200 free shipping. I think I'm gonna link this, just because they're this side of the stack. These two stacks here are actually not. If you were really patient and you were hunting carts, I'm not sure if some of these come with manuals. Wait, no games. Case of manual only. Roller stack has no manuals. The other two stacks have manuals, except obviously for the Switch games. So all these have manuals right here. All manuals except for the Switch games. All manuals in here too. Or no, wait, the left stack doesn't have manuals. These two stacks have manuals. I think it's priced reasonably, if you're patient with piecing that out. I'll link the seller. The free shipping is like the only reason I'd link that. If they were charging shipping, it probably wouldn't be worth it. That's gonna cost them quite a bit to ship. Well, $15 to $20 is still, for a sports game, it's not bad. But isn't that crazy how much that game fell in price? But that just goes to show you make a new one. The old one, the only reason people are buying NCAA 14 is because there were no other alternatives. Grande Extreme 2 and 3? This is pretty good. Are they all complete? Extreme is definitely the highlight here. Used to be like an... Actually, Extreme at one point was going for 120 plus, but it did come down in price. Again, to like its previous pricing of around 80. So it's probably still around $80. So, yeah, $80. Let's see if this one's complete. Okay, please eBay. Alright, let's hope that it's not going to start having issues like it was the other night. Well, anyway. It is about an $80 game, though. That one's probably no manual. But to knock out the Grande games in one listing, free shipping, $130. It's reasonable. It's got make an offer. Suganai Atonement. Seller's got some good games. I was actually listening to some Suganai music on my walk today. Interesting final boss music in that game. I'm gonna link this seller. They got the goods. No, I don't use emulation unless it's something like the Evercade or official emulation through like PSN or something like that. But I'm not sitting here using like emulators on my PC. If you're gonna play a Grundy game, I know most people would recommend 2 on the PS2. You know, out of the PS2 games. I think you should play 3. 3 has actually one of my favorite combat systems in any RPG ever. The combat in that game is so fun. The air juggles you can do are just so hilarious. No. No, I don't do bands on CD or vinyl. I mean, I have CDs from high school and stuff. That's about it. Hey, what's up, Embalm? Thank you for the super chat. Are there any WiiWare games you wish you bought before they close the shop? I'm gonna be honest, Embalm. Were you in my streams when I did my WiiWare is shutting down streams? Were you there for that? I did. I don't think there's an archive of those streams, actually, or maybe there are. But anyway, back when the Wii shop was shutting down, I did multiple streams. I mean, the people that were there will probably remember them. But I spent multiple streams, God knows how many hours. I looked through every single WiiWare game in the entire shop. Everything. So any game that looked interesting to me, I bought it. Within reason. So no, what's the saying? Like, no soldier left behind? Yeah, no WiiWare game left behind for me. I got everything that I wanted. No janky WiiWare game left behind here. I stream cut a few of them, and there are some really great WiiWare games. I'm sure I'll do another stream at some point. That Buffy game is pretty good. I've heard good things about the Buffy games. Yeah, the ones on Xbox, right? Yeah, I've heard they're pretty good. Do I still have access to them? Yeah, I think they're downloaded on my Wii. Yeah, they're all on my Wii. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed going through there. It took forever, though, to go through all those games. I really dread the day. Honestly, one of the reasons why I really like looking through PSN on a regular basis is because the day when the PSN, like the PS4 shop shuts down or something, PS5, whatever, you know, there'll come a day. I can't imagine how long it would take to go through look at all the AI slop that's on there. You know how long it would take to go through every single PSN game? I'm not even sure you'd be able to do it. So that's why I like to keep up with it now, so that when the time comes, I don't have to, like, panic. Don't get me wrong, I'll still panic. Just a little bit less, because I would have already gone through a ton of the games. I would love for Sony to... So, like, if you upload a game to the store, I think what they should have a thing. When you upload your game, you have to say if you use AI or not. And if you're using AI, I think you have to check off a box when you submit your game. And then, okay, fine, let it get on the PSN store. But give the users an option to uncheck that box and say, we don't want games that use AI. Generative AI. Get rid of all those AI slop games, and then people that want to see it can see it. The people that don't want to see it don't have to see it. I think that is the best way to handle how cluttered these stores are getting. It's not even fun to browse anymore because you gotta waft through so much of it. Well, what you do is maybe they have two different filters. So like, do you use AI? Yes. But a lot of the shitty AI games are like $5 and under. So give me the option to filter out $5 and under games that also use AI. I mean, hell, maybe going forward, the best way to do it is for me to just try and browse games that are $5, $6 and above. Because that would get rid of a ton of them. Tons of AI games. Wow, this is actually... Well, I mean, the price... It's priced this way for a reason, but it's not filled with garbage games, I'll tell you that much. There's actually some pretty heavy hitters in here. The best ones being in the first image there. 3,200 is still ridiculous. I agree. I think AI tools are different from AI games that, like, the entire game is just created through generative AI. I definitely differentiate between those things. A game that is made with nothing but generated assets. I mean, you know the games we're talking about. You've seen them. That's the stuff I can't. It's just so tiresome to look through that. Did I ever play Zillion? I think I played that on Master System. Zillion 2 on Master System a while ago. You gotta admire the laziness of the seller. They couldn't even be bothered to take their console and games out of the shelf, and instead they had to point the camera up. But to be fair, they may be a bit short, and they didn't want to like risk trying to reach up and take the console down and it falling on their head or something. See if we can piece together the lore here. Oh, one listing, okay. Alright. One item sold. They sold a jacket. We're gonna go with the lore that they're just too short and they can't reach the console. Probably their ex's Xbox. They can't reach it. If they sell it, they'll call over the neighbor or something, get a ladder, come take it down. I always love that every time you see Sims games for sale, it's never just like one or two, it's always like a huge collection of them. Whenever people choose to let go of the Sims, they were always huge fans of it, you can tell. They always have so many of the games. Not a terrible lot here. Most of those games definitely average a little more than $10 each. No manuals. That explains why. That is a crazy use of AI. We're just gonna extend the box art of games now. Creative. I haven't seen somebody do that yet. Demon Vector? I don't think I'm familiar with that game. Looks interesting. Looks like a dinosaurs kind of game or something. Oh really? Is Twisted Metal Black on PSN actually missing some songs? Why so expensive? Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what that game is worth, but if it's an exclusive original Xbox game, that's pretty rare. I could see them asking a lot for it. I just don't know what it's actually worth. You can't trust the price of games from sellers in Japan a lot these days. They tend to just price games. Some games have like 1000% markup. You gotta look into it. Gotta research. Whenever you see a Japanese seller charging a ton of money. A 90s Nintendo fold-up brochure holder. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I remember those things. Personally, I think it's reasonably priced. The thing is, you gotta get brochures for it. What if you got no brochures? Painted Black by Rolling. Wait, so they no longer play that when you boot the game up? That was like one of the best parts of the game on the title screen. There was never a physical Vigilante 8 arcade. No, that's an exclusive to Xbox Live Arcade. Well, screw that. If I ever play Twisted Metal Black again, it's just going to be the PS2 version. Hello, Adam. Any big Silent Hill 2 fans? Get yourself a James Sunderland jacket. Honestly, the jacket's not that bad. I like how the inside also has like the save screen looking red dots. I'm not sure if that's what they were going for. Might just be a plaid effect. I think AES Plus will go out of stock. That's hard to say. I'm not sure. I think they're definitely printing that thing into oblivion, which is fine. The interesting thing about the AES Plus is they said that it sold more units in 24 hours than they thought it would sell in an entire year. So their allocation for a year sold out in 24 hours. So, yeah. They're definitely making more than they were going to. Also, their official statement, by the way, regarding people that were having trouble pre-ordering from the official website, they just said to pre-order on Prime, on Amazon. It's literally what they said. So I'm sure they said the issue with their website will be fixed by like the end of May. So just ahead, that's an update because there were quite a few people here that were having problems with that. Do I ever buy unofficial fan translations of RPGs? That's actually my preferred way to go about playing them. If they're not too expensive and they exist for something like a Super Nintendo game or an NES game or like any other cart release, I will generally try and get a repro of it with an English patch on it. I think it's a great fun way to own them and play them. Just be careful, make sure you're getting a good patch. Make sure it's like the best patch. English patch that you can have. Some of them are kind of wonky. I don't know why this playlist keeps buffering. Let's try a different one. Well, we don't really know how often they're going to release new AES games. I'd be really cautious about buying original AES games. Because I could just foresee buying an original AES game and then, like, the next month they re-release it for a quarter of the price of what you paid for it. So I don't think that'll be a problem for me. I think I'm going to just be patient and wait and see what games come out as they come out. Hopefully the release schedule isn't too aggressive. Thanks, Mudu. Thank you for that resub. 115 months, or in your case, years. Mudu the Ancient. Thanks, Mudu. So apparently they can't do Samurai Shodown RPG for some... I don't know, I saw a post about it. Somebody talking about like how it would be really, really hard for them to put Samurai Shodown on a AES cart. Because apparently that game was built for the ground up for the CD, so this person was arguing that it would have issues being ported to the AES. I'm not sure how much I believe that. I think they could do it, but I'm not an expert with that stuff. This is like one of the reasons you would buy a CDI right here, by the way. Mutant Rampage Body Slam. This is a pretty legit beat-em-up game. That's actually kind of fun. Man against Mutant in the Cybernet's hottest game. Tells us Symphonia. I played the GameCube one, or tried playing it a long time ago. I can never get into it. Yeah, I never really got into Symphonia. Oh, somebody brought a plant out. Is the plant meta for eBay listings coming back? It's a pretty sad looking plant though. Should have brought out a more vibrant thing than that. NetJet online gaming system. Excuse me? What the heck? Game controller replaces keyboard. No ads or monthly fees. What the heck is this? It's crazy to see something like this on a freaking My Little Pet Shop, Littlest Pet Shop game. Talking about no fees and... What does that say? No fees... No ads or monthly fees. Online gaming system. Speed straight to an online arcade with tons of games. What in the world? You'll find racing games, blasting games, fast and fun games all at your fingertip. Includes a Littlest Pet Shop game key. Oh my god, look, they beat Nintendo to it. They got game key cards. To get you started, get more NetJet game keys sold separately and unlock even more. What in the heck is this thing? Each sold separately. Cool kart racers. Marble Blast XP. Peak performance. I'm gonna have to look into this thing. No monthly fees, no ads, no pop-ups, just tons of games. Interesting. I mean, it's technically a game console. Something tells me that failed real quick. I wouldn't even doubt it if the other games didn't even come out. What is it called again? NetJet. Interesting name. There was another console like that. What the heck was the name of it? Forgetting the name of it. There's still a few of those like weird little consoles that were meant for kids that I still was always interested in all these years. Like they got some obscure stuff on some of those things. What was the other one I always wanted? I don't know what. The Digiblast. I always wanted a Digiblast. I tried getting one of those for years. It was just so hard to get a good deal on what I was looking for. Nintendo light up sign. Damaged as is. I like it. You can like attempt to restore that. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Rio. Thank you for that membership for 22 months. Well, it definitely needs some tender, loving care to bring this thing back to life. No cockroaches living inside, at least. The leapfrog. I'm sure there'll come a day where I get something like that. Some of them have interesting little exclusive games on there. What was that one? The Didge with the Sonic game? Reproduction game manuals? Other than eBay, I have no idea. Anybody need a Resident Evil 6 guide from Thailand for $200? Wow, that is a big guide. But to be fair, that game is packed with content. But also their guides are not the same size as ours. Games, I mean, the guides that come from like Japan at least are typically pocket-sized. Oh, right, Etsy, yeah. Yeah, Etsy should have repro manuals. It's a good call. Lo-fi Game Boy beats. People are selling Game Boy carts now with 90 minutes of lo-fi on there. That's pretty funny. Kind of overpriced though. You shouldn't be charging 40 bucks ship for something like that. People still want a lot of money for this Autobahn Police game. That is one of the rarest 360 games for sure, though. It's pretty hard to find. But during the 360 apocalypse, that was becoming one of the most expensive games. Did I ever play Nightmare? The VHS video board game? No, I've never played that. Sounds cool though. Sure, the VHS aspect of it gives it a pretty cool aesthetic now. These were always one of the best old school RPG figures that they released. Like the early days of Play Arts, this was always one of the best Final Fantasy lines. They also had bigger versions of these. I remember seeing them in stores. I almost bought the Kamari one. But they were pretty expensive back then. These things were not cheap. The problem that I have a lot of merch that comes out today, like they're celebrating the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy X, and they're releasing new merch for it. Plushes and stuff, but the plush, they all are super chibi looking. I hate this new fad of everything that gets released merch-wise having like super chibified looks to them. I'm okay with some chibi, like an in-between, but a lot of the stuff that companies release now are just like that Funko Pop kind of look. I don't like it when it goes too extreme in the chibi. The figgy stuff, right? Like that's like a good in-between. It's not like quite, it's like in the middle. It's not completely chibi. But I understand why they do it, because you have to add in less details. Chibi merch is just so much easier to make. If you're making a plush, it's a lot easier to make a chibi style plush than it is to make one that looks like the actual character. GameCube LCD monitor violet screen. They want $1,200 for this. They never celebrate Final Fantasy. They don't celebrate anything 11. Very rarely. Brand new. Looks like a Game Boy SP. See if that other playlist is working again. Kept buffering. I like this one. Here's another console I always wanted to get, but unfortunately I never pulled the trigger when it was still doable. This thing, I was just a little worried to run into a lot of problems with getting this to work in the US as well. I was always worried if I hooked it up it would display incorrectly since it's a PAL system. But there's some pretty cool exclusive games on the Amstrad GX 4000. Looks like a UFO too. The Vanadil clock, the original one from way back in the day. Yeah, I always wanted one of those. I never got it though. Lower that just a tad. Dirt Origin of the Species. I've definitely looked at this game before. Move over Laura. Oh, the price sticker covers it. Such a peak mid-2000s looking action game. Something like this deserved to be released on the Xbox or something. Would have been perfect. Thanks very much, Bones. Thank you again. Have I ever played Motor Tune Grand Prix on the PS1? Yeah, a long time ago. I really enjoyed it. I think the thing that stood out to me that game the most was how colorful it was. I was actually shocked. I think when I streamed it, I pretty much called it the most colorful game I'd ever seen at the time. I mean, that game, the colors were insane. Also, interestingly enough, I could be wrong on this, but I believe Motor Tune Grand Prix on the PS1 is actually the sequel. I think the first game was exclusive to Japan. I could be remembering this incorrectly. But if you're a huge fan of that game, there is another one. This is an interesting piece of merchandise because for a very long time, and actually still kind of to this day, Donkey Kong Jr. merch is almost non-existent. So there was this plush from Super Mario Kart, based off of this Donkey Kong here. And then there was a little tiny finger puppet, and that was pretty much it. If you wanted Junior merchandise, that's all you had. And even now, I'm pretty sure I don't think they ever really released Donkey Kong Jr. merch outside of those two things. Yeah, we talked about it earlier a couple times, Poonsy. Kind of messed up. The one we got is Motor Tune Grand Prix 2? Yes. I just wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. I remembered looking into that a long time ago. Cool game, though. Dragon Riders. I think I have Dragon Riders. I can't remember. Actually, oh wait, I think the copy I ended up with that, I think mine is sealed. I think I might have sold that a long time ago because I didn't want to open it. Wow, they made a Liquid Kids plush. That's pretty obscure. It's like a weird little platformer. Never would have imagined that got merch. I still think this is one of the best looking Donkey Kong plushes. Come on. Alright, apparently eBay doesn't want to... But you can see it here. It's such a detailed accurate looking Donkey Kong plush. I still think it's the best one I've ever seen. Look at it. So this is like a vinyl material, and then this here is like a very felt like high quality. I don't want to say high quality, but it's like, it's not a cheap material on there. Yeah, it just doesn't want to open the page. Apparently they still haven't fully recovered from the other day. Sometimes the oldest video game plushes are still the most accurate. This is also a heads up, I guess, for some people out there, because it's just the kind of game that you wouldn't expect to be expensive. But the black label jewel case Tekkens are actually very rare and pretty pricey. A lot of people probably have this sitting in their collections and don't even realize it. But specifically the jewel case version, not the long box. I love this Pikachu art. We need to permanently just bring fat Pikachu back. Enough of this new cutesy Pikachu, new age Pikachu. We need fat, chubby, OG, Wizards of the Coast style Pikachu. They got some cool art on this though. Look at it. I've never seen art like that before for the starters. Pretty cool. It's an encyclopedia for Pokemon. Did they ever release that fat Pikachu plush that they were supposed to for the anniversary? I definitely want that thing. Did I hear about how American producers wanted fat Pikachu bunny with some assets? I did not. I wouldn't have argued with it though. That would have been interesting to see. I thought that was an oven mitt for Zelda. Introducing Xbox One. They seriously made a shirt that just says Introducing Xbox One on it? That's so lame. Really? That was their system launch promo? What a boring shirt. I will never forget that E3, where they focused more on just showing like movies, TV, games, Call of Duty, and Kinect stuff. That's when it all went downhill. I'm not sure if I really have a favorite Marvel movie. I'm not a Marvel kind of person. But I guess the one I watched the most, honestly because of the PSP UMD, was Spider-Man 2. I still really want to play Air Guys, which, yes, I've apparently had it confirmed the way that you pronounce this is Air Guys. All these years when I was younger, I used to say Energize. Just because I looked at it and it just looked like, you know, Energizer Bunny, Energizer Battery. It had the battery looking logo here, so I'm just like, oh yeah, Energize. Air Guys. I want to play the single player campaign in this because I think most people, like myself, we just went straight to the combat, like the multiplayer stuff, so we can play as the Final Fantasy characters. But I think it actually looks like it has a pretty decent roguelike style dungeon crawler main story. This actually had a console release. Does anybody know what console Shadowin released on? The Dragon's Lair sequel. If you guessed the CDI, you would be correct. I actually really like the artwork on this. I've come across this game several times over the years. I don't think there's ever been a time I haven't clicked into this. Every time I pass it by. From the same brilliant minds that brought you Dear Avenger. Panty Raider. From here to immaturity. It's more than just underwear, it's an adventure. This cover gets me every time. Aliens abduct man under the show me the underwear. Or they order show me the underwear. For anyone who never thought they'd be abducted by aliens and forced to take pictures of models in their underwear, this is the game for you. Find these models in the required lingerie, goop them up, and take a photo. Goop them up with what? Panty Raider, the closest you'll ever get to a supermodel. Toss green goop on any model to remove their outer clothing. So this is pretty much... What's that game that was on the Switch? What was that game that had like a couple of games in the series where you take photos with the anime characters? I streamed one of them. I can't even remember the name of it. You know what I'm talking about. It's like the precursor. Yeah, Galgun. It's like the precursor to Galgun. Playdate I don't have yet. I would love to get a Playdate at some point. This is a cool... I love the translation that they have in the title here. The game's name is like Hisatsu. Where that is in the title here, I have no idea. Special SS. That's it. They don't even translate it. SS stands for Sega Saturn. So these are the kind of sellers that you want to bookmark on eBay if you collect imports, because you want to find the sellers that have no idea how to list a title for a game like this. I streamed this a long time ago. It's based off of like some old show from Japan, but it's a pretty competent, challenging side-scrolling action game. That's also really difficult. Alright, let's get ready to do affiliate, and then I got a couple packages to open up from my post office box. Oh, this is a good compilation. I have the digital version on Steam, I believe, because I don't think a physical existed at the time. But this was a cool... This is how I played Uninvited, which was that was enjoyable. Uninvited was fun for an old adventure point-and-click game. Very hard to play without a guide, though. I definitely needed some help in that to keep things moving. Alright, so this affiliate review is between April 12th and April 18th. Starting with a cheeseburger, big is better, mesh trucker snapback hat. It's been somebody picking up some really interesting merch. And for those that don't know, everything we're looking at here are bought by people that use my affiliate link. And then we see what they bought, what they paid. Good deal, bad deal, interesting item, terrible item. Big is better. No clue what the heck that's from. Kingdom Hearts 3. For $5. Have I seen the Rogue the Absalom? I don't think so. Crazy got a modern release a couple days ago. Did it really? Who re-released Traia? You know what the insane part was? I was literally listening to music from that game. Rada Laika re-released Traia. So it's on like PlayStation, Switch, and all that stuff. I would just still get the Genesis one. Bubble Bobble. Well, that makes me wonder if they can release a renovation game. I wonder if they can re-release Sorcerer's Kingdom. I'm a big Sorcerer's Kingdom fan. Bubble Bobble for the Master System, $50. I don't remember what the box looks like for that. Let me see. For the Master System. Looks like a PAL release. That would explain why. From Australia. It's actually a pretty good. Most Master System game boxes are not the most exciting. Oh yeah, we're obscuring the prices because of the chat window. You gotta wait to see. Filter intake sponge, pre-filter sponge foam for shrimp. Somebody did pick up aquarium stuff a long time ago. I'm glad that it's still working out for them. The Quarry for PS4 for $15. Great game. I'm sure I'll play that again one day. Super Famicom Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem Box, Japanese and Super Nintendo. $40. Cool box art. Not sure how playable something like that would be unless you're reading Japanese. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt for PS4 for $9. Complete with soundtrack and menu. Twin Peaks Season 2 for $5. I still have not watched Twin Peaks. I only watched like an episode or two a long time ago. And like most shows, I mean, it's nothing against Twin Peaks. I just struggle to get into TV shows. Something's got to captivate me for me to watch it all the way through. Which usually these days tend to only be like, for some reason, for shows, them Korean dramas, boy. You give me like a good Korean or like any Asian zombie show or something, like All of Us Are Dead, excellent show. Typically just the horror stuff. For some reason, like just zombie shows or something. That's like the only thing that keeps me going. What was that other? I watched Kingdom. Kingdom was great. Really good zombie show. But yeah, I struggle with these slow, take forever to build up and get going kind of like non-horror shows. Dell Mellanox. Connect X4 network adapter. I probably just butchered whatever the heck that is. Fabric shower curtain, liner, solid white, hotel quality. We're gonna look at your shower liner, okay? You never know, they could have bought one with cute little duckies on it or something. No, it's just plain white. USB 3.0 transparent hard drive. $6. My delusional diary of Endo Shimiko. Gotta watch these weebs, boys. Sometimes they slip some crazy stuff in there, but I'll take the chance on this one. Chance taken. We won't look inside. Because it's her diary, we can't look inside. You gotta pick it up to find out what's in there. DK King of Swing game for the Game Boy Advance cart only, $13.60. Isn't that the game where you gotta like rock your Game Boy Advance back and forth? I never played it. I would never be able to stream that, obviously. Can't rock my GameCube around or Analog Pocket. Breaking Bad. Oh, I enjoyed Breaking Bad. I mean, everybody enjoyed Breaking Bad. But that was like that was a while ago. I'm talking about like in the last 10 years or so. It's like, I don't know, I just struggled to get into most shows. And I'll watch an episode or two and be like, oh, that was great. But then I just never commit to going back to continue it. It's not gyroscoped, okay. So it's playable. Somebody bought Popolo Croy with the manual. I've always wanted to try Popolo Croy. Popolo Croy looks like one of the best mediocre RPGs that you play once and never again kind of games. That's the PAL version. Interesting. I've never seen the box for that. Damn, the PAL cover is so much different from the US cover. That's crazy. It's actually kind of cool. That would have been a cool cover art here. So the PAL cover is just like a bunch of dragons. In US, we get a freaking tree. I always like the art style for this series. Mixed slot of 4 PlayStation wireless gaming controllers. Various ones. For $6. Yeah, I didn't finish Better Call Saul. A lot of Bogan Manfrotto. Articulated arm with accessories. What in the heck? Tripod, okay. Somebody knows what they're doing. But a bunch of odds and ends for tripods. Mist on the DS. That's so random. I think we were just looking at Mist one of the other eBay streams, and I was wondering how that would play on the DS. Or I was commenting on how hard Mist would be to play on, like, or Riven would be to play on a console like PS1. The DS version of Mist always kind of mystified me in terms of how fun would it be to play with the stylus and point clicking around. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order for PS4. $13. Nice and cheap. Luigi's mentioned Dark Moon. I was never able to get into Dark Moon. I don't know about you guys. Not that it was a bad game, but the thing that really turned me off about Dark Moon... Well, let me rephrase it. The thing that I really liked about the original Luigi's Mansion was how cohesive the mansion was. Right? Like, the game is one level in the mansion. right? So everything felt connected. You just felt like you were living in that mansion, catching ghosts. Dark Moon, because it separated the game into separate areas, like separate mansions, it just didn't feel like Luigi's Mansion to me. I just love the simple design of the first game. Yeah, and the missions, I forgot about the missions. Like, I couldn't get into it. It wasn't for me. Luigi's Mansion 3 was an improvement, but it still, like, paled in comparison to the original. It did a better job of getting back to the feeling of the original Luigi's Mansion, but it's still... I just like the simplicity of the first game. Just that one mansion, everything's spooky, the art style is consistent throughout. That's what I loved about it. Let's see, we got a 5-pack of Canon printer ink. One of the biggest scams known to man, printer ink. How much ink they put in those cartridges, like next to nothing. Fable 3 for the 360. Oh, please. I see where this is going. I see where this is going. You'll see. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 for the PS5. 40. Wow, that's still expensive. That's still up there. You would think it would be by now like $30, but it's still holding on. Am I gonna get in on the Pokemon Champions Twitch rival stuff? Oh no, probably not. I've pretty much axed champion streams. Yeah, I think the hype has died down for champion stuff, for me at least. Like for streaming. It was cool to look at it when it first came out, but it's not a sustainable stream, unfortunately. It's cool. I enjoyed the singles battles, though. I think I enjoyed singles battles more than doubles. Thanks very much, Frankie. Thank you for that resub. The 40 months. But anyway, thank you everybody that used the link. I would say the purchase of the week. Can't say there's something that super stand out. I think the coolest thing that was bought was probably Bubble Bobble on Master System, probably the most out there. Or the Japanese copy of Popular Card, just because I never saw the box before. Or the person that bought the sponge for their shrimp for their aquarium. Gotta hook up the shrimp. The sponge, we gotta look at it. The pre-filter sponge for shrimp. There it is. How that helps the shrimp, I'm not exactly sure. Alright. I've never been more scared in my life to open a package. Let's see if I can open this up with an X-Acto blade. Of course I drop it. Give me a second. Well, at least it didn't drop on my foot. Alright, so Super Coolio, who hooked me up with Metroid Prime 4, which has been fun so far. I'll be picking that back up this week to stream it. We left off in the ice level. It's been pretty decent so far. I'm enjoying that game. He noticed I was having too much fun playing Metroid Prime 4, so he decided to pick up a few different things and send it to the P.O. Box. So we're gonna open the first one. I'm scared. Something tells me these are gonna be sitting around based on the hints he has been dropping. Fearful of the day that I gain the courage to play them. My P.O. Box, by the way, just a heads up, it expires, because I'm not 100% if I'm going to renew it again this time. I might like let it lapse for a few months, and then just a big heads up, because my P.O. Box number is like spread across a ton of VODs and videos. That will no longer be the box. If I let it lapse, it will no longer be the box number that you send something to, so I don't want someone to, like, to send something there months from now. Always double check with me first, just to make sure, because like if you ship something there in the future to that number, it'll end up going to somebody else, unless I let you know I renewed it. But let's see what we got in here. Let's enlarge this real quick. This fan is flinging my hair all over the place, huh? I got a fan blowing like directly on my head. It's getting a little warm these days. This. Yeah, I knew it. As soon as I saw it on the affiliate, I'm like, please don't let it be. Please don't let it be. So, I mean, this will take a while if I ever get around to it, because I still would have to play 1 and 2. And then if I even like to, I'd get into 3. Yeah, so at least I have a physical copy, because I'll tell you one thing, I would have never bought a physical copy. It comes with a oh, what the heck is this? A little advertisement for World of Final Fantasy Maxima. You know what the crazy part is? They put, oh, for PSN, I was gonna say they never released a physical of this on PS4, just digital. Physical on Xbox though. And then the back is a Kingdom Hearts cell phone advertisement for, what is this? Kingdom Hearts Union X? How many freaking Kingdom Hearts games are there? I've never even heard of that. Probably doesn't work anymore. But thank you, Coolio. I will now have one less excuse to not play Kingdom Hearts 3 in the future. Hello, aggressively average. One of the worst AAA games you've ever experienced. See, that's the kind of motivation that I need to play Kingdom Hearts. Here's the other one. Not sure which this could be. But Coolio has a knack for trying to pay attention to what games I seem to never want to play. And then sending it. Yeah, I had a feeling. I saw The Witcher 3 on the affiliate, and I was like, oh, jeez. But no, as soon as I saw Fable 3, I knew that was the one. Thanks, Coolio. But I enjoyed Fable 2. I did enjoy Fable 2. And I don't think I actually have a copy of Fable 3. Because I would have never bought it normally. So now that I have it, I would pop it in my Series X, because Fable 2 on Series X was actually really good. So, now if the mood ever strikes, yeah, Super Cleo is the reason that I played Fable 2. So now if the mood ever strikes, I've got the third one. You never know, one day I might surprise you. Yeah, we saw them in the affiliate. As soon as I saw Fable 3, that's why you heard me say, oh no. I was like, I know what's happening here. I saw Kingdom Hearts 3 and Fable and Witcher, but thankfully The Witcher was not Coolio. But thank you, appreciate that very much. I was worried because he was dropping hints. He's like, "Oh, I sent you 2 games that you're gonna be like having in your backlog for a long time." He understands. He knows. But thank you, appreciate it. That is a really skinny poster. A 5.5 inch by 40 poster. That is crazy. It's not really a poster, it's like a shelf end cap kind of poster. However, if you're the kind of person that likes to fill in every inch of your game room and make sure there's no bare wall anywhere, I'm sure you probably have a 5.5 inch bare wall that you can slip this in between like your door frame or something. If you're an Animal Crossing mega fan. But I don't think anybody here needs that. Is the Neo Geo market going crashing yet? Oh, I don't think the Neo Geo market's gonna crash. Like, I don't know if people are misinterpreting when I said it's gonna get more affordable to collect Neo Geo. When I say it's gonna get more affordable to collect Neo Geo, I literally mean the AES Plus games. If anything, I think the original games may even go up in price. It's just going to be more affordable for Neo Geo because they're re-releasing games. I'm talking about buying the re-releases, not the originals. The originals are still going to be crazy. Like, there's no way in hell that... Even if they, like, the re-release of Metal Slug is going to do nothing to the original $30,000 copy of Metal Slug. It's not going to do anything. 2 different collector bases. Also, thank you to the Chief. Thank you for the 19 months as a member. $220 Jack and Daxter singular wireless demo? What? That's random. Special offer from Singular. See inside for your $5 off Jack and Daxter coupon. That's pretty funny. Man, I would have loved to get something like this for like Eco or something. Oh yeah, I know what you mean, Gino. It's gonna be interesting. There's gonna be a lot more people in the... Because think about it, the amount of these Neo Geo AES Pluses that they've sold, I'm already seeing people buying original AES games right now. Because some people, the 10 launch games isn't gonna be enough for them. They want like more games. And they're getting very excited for the AES Plus, so like they're going right now and buying original AES games. Not like the crazy ones, but you know, the ones that are like $100, $200. They're buying them right now. They can't wait. And they also probably don't want to risk waiting for the launch in case it gets even crazier. I mean, whatever, that market, let them do what they want to do. I'm just excited for the re-releases. Nintendo Collection Zelda Mario Rare Titles console. It's a pretty bad photo. What's my way of telling if a poster is authentic or not? I mean, there's really no way to do it. You just gotta look at the wear on it, look at the copyright. Like the small copyright text. Another good way to know if a poster is official is if it's double-sided. Typically, they're not gonna fake a double-sided poster. Blur has gotten more expensive over the years, yes. If you pick up an AES Plus, I'm getting a multi-card of some sort. Yeah, that's the way to go for a lot of people. The great thing about the AES Plus is it caters to like a lot of different ways of collecting, right? For some people, they're going to get a multi-cart and they're going to have a blast with it. Some people are going to enjoy collecting the individual games way more affordably than they were able to in the past. And then some people are going to dip their toes into AES original carts with the re-releases. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to go about it. Pink Barbie Game Watch. Huh. Where's Bovine at? Let him know the new LCD game he needs. Oh look, here's somebody that listed during the I told you I wasn't making it up. They must have listed this during the eBay errors a couple days ago. Look at their description. I'm sure, hold out on that. Yeah, if you're planning on getting a multi-cart, hold out. Because I'm pretty sure that there's going to be somebody that tries to take advantage of how many new owners there are of the AES Plus. I almost guarantee you that somebody's going to re-release multi-carts. It's going to be a war for who can make the most affordable and tempting multi-cart, because there's tons of money to be made there from all the new people with AES Pluses, believe me. Just be patient. Don't buy the ones that are out there right now. Try and hold out. Way too much money on the table for someone not to re-release them. I mean, I'm not saying it's possible I go down the multi-cart route, but I would definitely prefer to try and enjoy the physical, like, single games at first. If they don't seem to release games frequently enough, like if they only release them like once a year, it's like, what the hell? I just get a multi-cart at that point. But if they seem to have a good release schedule and it's not like too aggressive, it's not too slow, I would definitely go the route of like just pick up a couple AES Plus games every once in a while. But if they don't release new ones or the schedule just isn't my thing, then just get the multi-cart, depending on how the re-release for that goes. I also agree that the AES Plus is one of the best things to happen to the retro game market. It's such an insane shakeup. It came at the right time, right? Because think about it. Right now, the thing everybody's worried about the most is all these digital games, game key cards, this DRM stuff with PlayStation 5. The future of Xbox seems uncertain. There's just like so many what ifs and hesitation with all the companies right now. So for an old retro console like this to get a re-release and have a release that's so bombastically big, I mean, that's just really good. That says to the other companies, like, look, this is the kind of stuff we want. We want you to release your old consoles again. Re-release your original PlayStations or your original Genesis, or make a Dreamcast 2, and then make or re-release older games, release homebrews, partner with indie developers and put them on like a Genesis cart and release it on like an official Genesis box from Sega. I think this really helps send the message, like, this is what the people want, and I hope they're paying attention. Right? We don't always just want these games digitally released on the storefronts for $6, $10. No, people are willing to pay, if the quality is good, for a physical cartridge. I think it came around at the right time. They were shocked. Like I said, the amount of AES Pluses that they sold, they expected to sell that amount on the first day. The amount that they sold in the first day is how much they expected to sell in over a year. So like it blew them away, the demand. No, I never watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. Never saw one episode. I have not played the Airy games, no. Yeah, eBay had some issues on Saturday, so I couldn't stream it on Saturday. It had a lot of server issues. I'm pretty sure they're going to keep making AES pluses for as long as there's demand, and I'm completely okay with that. You know what? I don't want the AES. Obviously, the ultimate one is going to be limited, because the amount of people that would buy something like that, you know, their marketing it is limited too, so I'm sure they're going to make a lot of those, but they're going to be finite. They're not going to make them forever. I want them to keep making AES pluses for the foreseeable. As long as there's demand, keep making those darn things, because you know what? The more people that we bring into it, the more support we'll have for more stuff like this in the future. We don't want it to be limited. We don't need the gatekeep the Neo Geo. Because this is our message sender right now. I've never watched Korra, nope. Yeah, let's get it to sell enough so it's viable for them to release games like Earthion. My god, if they start releasing shoot-em-ups like Earthion on the AES, please, just take my money. That's what we want. We want original Neo Geo games, the classics, right? But how awesome would it be if they started just like brand new shoot-em-ups that come out, developers will start making games that work on the AES. Could you imagine? It's like day one, okay, it's on Switch 2, it's on PSN, it's on Xbox, whatever, but it also has a day one physical AES copy. Please. Yeah, let's get some of that. Well, I think we may have just found the cutest cover for a DS game. Ever. Move Over Pets games. We found Let's Live with a Hamster, A Baby Was Born. I think I just found the next DS game I buy. I mean, you got to admit, that one on the left really makes it. That left one right there. Let's connect the sounds. I feel like there's still a big library of DS imports that I gotta look into. Oh, this is just Gunpei, but I wonder if this is an exclusive. This has gotta be an exclusive version of Gunpei, right? For Japan? I don't think that was what we got here in the US. Yeah, there's still a lot of DS imports out there I gotta look into. Fluid on PS2? I'm not sure I've seen Fluid. I mean, I'm sure I've seen it, but I haven't. Can't really recall the gameplay. Earthworm Jim 3D hat. It's as much as the game. That's pretty rare. I've never seen that. Yeah, I definitely caught on. I definitely caught on. Because I was like, when these boxes, when I picked them up, I'm like, okay, these are not Amazon boxes. So I figured they could be anything. So as soon as I saw Kingdom Hearts 3, I was like, I suspected something. Because the timing worked out, right? Like when you would have ordered those to when they would show up. But it was really the hint that you said when you were like, the games I sent you, you're going to be like, oh crap. And they're going to be in your backlog. I was like, what the heck could that be? Uru, Ages Beyond Mist. I feel like these games, if you try and play them without a guide, are like next to impossible. Wait, wasn't this the online game? Wasn't this the one that you played online? Uru? Online Mist, what a weird idea. Still can't fathom how that was pulled off. Hey, I have this carpet. Damn, is that really from 2012? You know what the funny part is? This really was meant as like a kitchen bathroom carpet, but I'm like, nah, I'm just throwing that in the game room. The one thing you got to remember back then, especially in 2012, it was very hard to get merchandise for like a rug or a carpet. And I wanted to deck the game room out in like as much as I could, so like floor is not out of bounds. So I took anything I can get when it came to like floor merch that was official. And I thought it was, yeah, it's a decent carpet. I bought it when it was brand new. I have not played Splinter's Fate, no. Haven't played it. Is it any good? I don't know, Cloud. This thing is sold like crazy. So, I think the games are going to be selling just fine. I mean, it for them to say that what they sold in a day was what they expected to sell in a year, I mean, this thing is selling bucket loads. So I think it's going to be fine. What is this? A scrubby set? A Mario plush that you can use in the shower. Great for bath time. Wow, look at that material. If they had one of those for Sonic, I'd buy it. And actually use it. Nah, that would ruin the collectability. Ooh, one of the original Banjo-Kazooie plushes. I would imagine the price of this has probably come down a bit because of how many new Banjo plushes and merch they've come out with. But this definitely has a history behind it. So back in the day, if you wanted Banjo-Kazooie merchandise, the only thing that you had the option of getting were this, which is the BDNA plush that was released in the US. That's the most prevalent and most common one. And then there were two of them released in Japan, and that was it. The one that you're looking at here, that's the one that I have. Actually a pretty good plush because the backpack is like a actual little backpack material. And then Kazooie kind of like... I can't remember if you can take Kazooie out, but it's just a really well-made, like more accurate to the character kind of plush. And then there's a variant. Typically in Japan when they release plushes, they release weird little variants where... A good example is the Nights in the Dreams plush. One of them has the arms up, one of them has the arms down. So in this case, they put his arms out to the side with his finger pointing, and Kazooie's got her wings up in the air. And that was it. Those are the only 2 or 3 plushes that ever existed for Banjo-Kazooie for many, many, many years. Until, I think they released one for Nuts and Bolts. And now, of course, they release a lot of Banjo merch. But for a couple decades there, that's pretty much all you were able to track down. And the Japanese one was actually extremely rare. You would never see it on eBay. I had to go on Yahoo Japan auctions to get it. It's a pretty rare game. This is one of the... I think this one uses that graphics engine that I really like. The sort of like semi-3D look. Moto Racer. For the longest time, Moto Racer was like considered the rarest Game Boy Advance game complete in box, but that has changed over the years. It was like the most expensive complete in box game outside of like Ninja 5.0. It's still the same, yeah. I think I've got to decide to renew it by May 10th, May 12th, something like that. Hello, emissary. Giant Mr. Drippy plush. I wish I liked Mr. Drippy more. It's just that accent. The voice doesn't match the character for me. Xbox launch Prima Games magazine, extremely rare. Man, I love seeing these kind of things. I love looking through them and then seeing the things that we were supposed to get, and then they never came out. Right? Is that a thing? Freestyle board? Come on, that never came out, right? Freestyler board? There's no way. Realistic look and feel. The Freestyler board offers skateboard and snowboard enthusiasts a chance to get busy in the comfort of their home. This is like the Wii. With a non-slip surface, one-handed controller, and tilt sensor, the Freestyler makes Xbox boarding games that much more intense. Gamers will think they're on the slopes in their local border park. 2 analog buttons on the board for up and down moves. Non-slip surface for greater foot control and accuracy. Supports 260 pounds. I don't think that released. The best is when you look through and you find games that were supposed to come out, but they never came out. I love that. Yeah, there is a Jump Flash plush. There's some really obscure plushes out of Japan. Thank you, your favorite zombie. Thank you very much for the 20 months. Twitter is now saying that once the 14-day refund window closes, you have to go online one time with digital purchase, and it will convert to permanent license thereafter. But I'm still worried about what happens when you buy a game that has that sort of like 14-day refund window when you can no longer connect at all. Right? So like, let's say they're shutting down the PSN store entirely and you buy a bunch of games. But you buy those games close to the store closure, right? And then it can no longer do the check afterwards. I guess it's sort of like a weird scenario that not everybody would get themselves into. But I guess that's slightly better news if it converts into permanent after 14 days. I guess it's just to get rid of the people that are hacking their consoles, jailbreaking. We'll have to wait for clarification on it, though. I don't know why PlayStation just doesn't come out and answer the questions. But that's why I didn't want to like immediately jump and make commentary on it, because I'm like, this is just too crazy. Like I need to wait until Sony makes a statement or something. Because there's got to be something that we're not understanding correctly. This is one of the rarest Sega CD games here. Radical Rex. It's also a Genesis version. But the Sega CD version just is one of the hardest to get on the console. It must be coming down in price because Need for Speed Most Wanted on 360 was like easily over $100 for a bit there. So maybe it's finally coming back down a little bit. Unless there's an issue with this copy. No, it looks alright to me. Oh, never mind. The disc has some rot, apparently. Where is that? Oh, this? 360 gaming getting disc rot. That must be like... Must have been stored in like a very hot climate. Something to do something like that. Wow, that is a big case. I can imagine, like... Imagine having a friend that had one of these and they just, like, come over to your house just carrying a big briefcase. Oh, this is for Game Boy. I was interpreting this as Super Nintendo before I clicked into it. But still, I get to see, like, a friend bringing this over to a friend's house. Just, like, a giant briefcase with Game Boy stuff in it. What do you say we take a look at Neo Geo? I think it's still a good time to like kind of check and see how that market, like what are people buying for this thing? Curious. Let's do a general Neo Geo search. Somebody got so excited for the AES Plus they bought an X. Neo Geo X. That's how hype this thing is right now. People are literally buying the X, which for the longest time was like frowned upon. See, Viewpoint, I really hope that's one of the first games that they release after the initial launch. That's one of my most anticipated. Viewpoint Cross Swords. Hopefully, maybe they can somehow make a Samurai Shodown RPG work. I'm just looking forward to anything that isn't a fighting game. Because there's plenty of fighting games. I want the non-fighting games. Give me the shoot 'em ups. Give me the beat 'em ups. See, everybody's buying Samurai Spirit, Samurai Showdown, because that's one of the cheapest games that you can get. So this here is this is the shoot 'em up that was exclusive to the Neo Geo CD. Somebody ported it, converted it to the AES. 7 sold out of stock. This is something I feel like this is something they'll bring out. I really do. This is like one of the things I would feel they would release. That I couldn't really tell you, Joe. Plus, if I did something like that, I'd probably make a video on it. Like, it would probably take me 20 hours to figure out my top 5 Xbox 360 games. Because I really deep dive into that stuff. Because I gotta make sure I'm not forgetting any games, leaving anything out. Future content, you'd have to wait for it. No spoilers. People are even buying Neo Geo CDs. So you know times are desperate right now. Honestly, I can't remember the first time I saw the N64 in person. I really don't have that memory. Wish I did. Yes, Nightmare in the Dark. I always wanted that game for MVS. It was probably my most wanted game. So that on AES would be excellent as well. I'm not sure. I mean, I think they understand the console collecting market, though. Because Neo Geo CD has always been very looked down upon because of the load times. Even if they cleared up the load times, I don't think there's any shaking the namesake of that thing. I think they knew what they were doing with the AES. That feels like the best choice to me if they're going to re-release a console. The collectible aspect of the carts, like they know people love those carts. Just a bit more exciting. I'm not sure if you've ever held an AES box and an AES cart in your hands, but they are crazy. Crazy. I mean, you feel like you're holding a brick of gold. It's way more exciting than a jewel case with a CD. They're just like works. Those things on a shelf are just insane. They just look... It's definitely like a standout shelf in your collection when you have some Neo Geo stuff. Is there anybody in chat that has never seen an AES cart? Like, have you just... is there anybody that doesn't know how big these things are? Alright, give me a second. It's gonna take me a minute to... I'll grab you one of my I don't have AES anymore, I sold that stuff a long time ago, but I've got MVS carts in reproduction boxes. Let me grab a couple of those and I'll show you for size comparison. Give me a moment. So this is my reproduction shockbox MVS. I have other MVS carts, but these are the only ones that I have boxes for. So just, you know, I got a size comparison here for you. But it's gonna be bigger than my head. Okay. So here is a 3DO box for comparison. You know how long 3DO boxes are? It's almost as tall as a 3DO box. Better size comparison. Let me just grab a random N64 game. Now, these are some pretty good shock boxes. The cart fits inside. Now the AES carts won't look like this. This is just to protect the cart. But they will be the same size. They'll look very similar. They'll just look fancier. Here's how big the cart is. Huge. Same size as my head. Here's an N64 cart. So they ain't playing around with AES carts, and AES carts will look way nicer than this. These are like arcade carts for the. Oops, the sticker just come off the freaking. Whatchamacallit? I'll just stick it in there. The glue is pretty old. I haven't looked at these in a while, but here's the other ones that I had in shock boxes. Spin Master. See, I'm sure they're going to release something like this on AES. An arcade platformer. 90 megs. 1 to 2 players. Once again, it's just, you know, not an exciting art, just an end label. I have the second Shock Troopers, which is exciting because the first Shock Troopers never came out on AES, and now it's coming out for the first time. This one is just a black cart. Usually the MVS carts are either clear, black with an end label, and these are heavy. This is heavy. And then this was a cool game, Blazing Star. Shoot 'em up. This game looks awesome. I remember playing this one. So Polestar is going to be pretty fun. Then I got some other just like carts without the shock boxes, because you had to buy the shock boxes. They weren't that expensive when I bought them, but you definitely like having the shock boxes is nice to just protect the carts and see what the game is. It just looks nicer. So that just gives you an idea of a huge, beefy MVS box with the carts. So like this, insta-buy. You release this shoot 'em up from Sega CD, day one. I'll buy any shoot 'em up they release on this thing. Thanks, Alex. Thank you very much. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, World Heroes. Some of the more common AES games. I mean, these are the kind of games where back in the day when I was buying AES, you could get them for like maybe 40 or 50 bucks for something like that. Especially games like Samurai Spirits 1. The Art of Fighting games, like, yeah, these were... I mean, you can see how cheap they are now. They were dirt cheap back in the day. I pre-ordered AES, but you gotta wait and see what I got. Can't spoil everything. I also, you know, you never know. It may not even arrive on time. We'll see how the shipping's gonna be with that. Prehistoric Isle 2. I have this game, but I don't have a shock box for it. Great game. This is a shoot 'em up with dinosaurs, and it looks amazing. It's probably my favorite MVS game that I've played. Makes me want to get a shock box for it. Something is approaching. Yeah, that's right. They do the whole, like, warning, something is approaching, and it's just a giant dinosaur. Look at the bosses. Such a cool game. Well, that's good news, Guitarro. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure if the AES carts don't sell out, I mean, it's releasing November, right? So it's like, well, I don't know about Black Friday sale if it just releases. But I'm sure if they keep printing them going on sale, I mean, it's no big deal. If anything, we want them to go on sale. I don't think anybody would be disappointed with the AES carts getting discounts on Amazon or something. I'm completely okay with them just continually printing these AES carts. That's what we want. We don't want scalpers being able to buy them, clearing out the stock and then scalping them. That's not what we want. If anything, just bring on the discounts. If you want them day one, pay 90 bucks, no big deal. If they print them into oblivion and they start going on sale, even better. I'm interested in this game. I think this is like an action platformer or beat 'em up or something. 8-man, I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, see, these are the kind of games I look forward to. The non-fighting games. This is a day one launch game here, Polestar. Polestar is a cool game. This is a Sega. I have my copy on Sega CD. I mean Sega CD, Neo Geo CD. Hello, Tom. I don't know, I'm just excited like a lot of other people. Honestly, it's like, how are you not excited for this thing if you like retro games and like owning physical carts, owning consoles? Like, I don't know, it's just... Unless you're, you know, and it's fine if you've just gone down the route of emulation and alternative means of playing games, but for the tons and tons of other people that like to own physical retro games, I mean, it's a pretty exciting release. Oh my god, yes, they can bring stuff like this out. Come on. Give us something like The Last Hope for freaking 90 bucks. That would be amazing. More homebrew shoot-em-ups. Let's do one more. How are people already scalping the Ultimate Edition when I think it's still available? Weird. Oh, you know who might have bought this? Maybe somebody that couldn't order it from the website, because there are states that can't order it, or like places that it doesn't ship to. If you ever buy a CD, by the way, a Neo Geo CD, make sure you get the CDZ. Because the CDZ has faster load times. This is the original CD. But if you really, for some reason, want to get the Neo Geo CD, make sure you're getting the CDZ. Still long loads, but nowhere near as bad as the original. No, in my opinion, prices on the original carts are not going to go down. If anything, they're going to go up. The consoles might be a little bit of a different story in time, because the market's going to be flooded with those consoles, like the new ones. The games, though, believe me, the Neo Geo collectors that want original, they're still going to want the originals. They're going to want nothing to do with these re-releases. Some of them. Like, there's some Neo Geo collectors are very purist, elitist, kind of like, they're into their thing and that's it. You got to remember, these are people that are spending tens of thousands of dollars for a single game. That game being released for $90, like, to them, they're not even going to consider it even remotely something they want to add to their collection. Like, there's different levels of Neo Geo collectors. It's like the really crazy stuff, I don't think is going to be affected. If anything, the really cheap Neo Geo games are going to probably go up. Because think about it, there are a handful of Neo Geo AES games that you can buy in the $100 to $150 range. So I think the people that are willing to spend $90 for an AES Plus game can easily, like, probably be like, you know what, I'm going to pick up Samurai Spirits for $100. Because who knows when... They know it'll eventually come at some point when they release new games. But they're probably impatient, they just want some new stuff. So I think it's actually going to drive up the low to mid-tier priced AES carts. The really, really expensive stuff, I don't think it's going to have any bearing on that. Because people that would have collected that would have already been collecting it. The AES Plus is not going to do anything for them to, like, sway them towards that end of Neo Geo. There's just literally different tiers of Neo Geo collectors. And I think the AES Plus is going to bring a ton of people into the low-end Neo Geo AES collecting world. The impatient ones, right? So, like, games like Fatal Fury Special. This is $30 more than what you would pay for when they eventually re-release something like this. So I could see games like this becoming short in supply because there's going to be so many people that can feasibly purchase something like this now that they're going to have the console. And games like this, right? Samurai Shodown 2. Once the games start getting up into, like, the multiple hundreds of dollars area, I could see those being affected a little bit. It's really the games that start costing thousands. I don't see those really moving. But I could see the low to mid. Because there's just going to be so many new collectors and owners of Neo Geo that I could see them spilling over into this kind of... Not this, but, like... Not this. Right? Like, these are the games I don't think you're going to see too much of a move on. But maybe stuff like this, right? Like the sub $200 games I can see going up. Especially the homebrew stuff, right? Like the games that are less likely to get a re-release. Something like Nightmare in the Dark. With the AES conversion. Because certain games are almost like guaranteed are going to eventually come out on the AES Plus. But some of them are probably way less likely. I think people will gravitate towards those. Yeah, well, yeah, the diehard collectors will they've probably already pre-ordered every single Neo Geo Plus thing that's releasing. They'll buy the re-releases, but to them, it's not going to affect their mindset at all on their super rare and expensive games, right? That's like saying somebody that owns, I don't know, what's like, the people that would spend thousands of dollars on, like, a Super Nintendo game complete in box. If Nintendo were to re-release that on the Nintendo online shop or Heck, even though Nintendo doesn't do it, but let's just say that they ported Earthbound to Switch. I really don't think most people that go out of their way to spend thousands of dollars on Earthbound Complete in Box would be too worried, because to them, owning that original big box with the manual and the strategy guide, you know, there's a reason that they're willing to pay that much for something like that. So I feel like that's going to be very similar to the Neo Geo. So you're not going to see people panic selling their multi-$1,000 games on here, unless the AES Plus is like everything they were unless they're looking for an out, right? Maybe if they were looking for a reason to offload their very expensive AES collection for monetary reasons, this seems like a really good reason to get rid of it. But I think for most Neo Geo collectors, money is not an issue for them. Exactly. That's a good comparison. Action Comics 1, reprinted tons of times, but people still want the original. It's going to be the same way for Neo Geo. Well, I mean, yeah, it's possible this thing comes out and the quality isn't quite there. But that's the chance you gotta take sometimes with retro games. Especially if you're looking for the ones that may potentially... Like, if you want the ultimate bundle, right? Like, you can't wait to see how that's gonna be, because it's gonna sell out. And that's, like, definitely the best deal. So you kind of have to order it early. Worst comes to worst, the quality isn't there. Guess what? You could just sell it. And I'm sure... You know, the Ultimate Edition will be worth way more money if it goes out of print. So I don't think there's too much of a worry there. Steelbook for Alien vs. Predator, huh? Not sure I've ever seen that. I just still don't like steelbooks. I'm sure like a giant steelbook collection where you have a bunch of steelbook games together looks cool, but it's just not my thing. Imagine if AES Plus had online play. Oof. Yeah, that would be exciting. Shadow the Hedgehog coming down in price? No manual. Oh, no wonder. Greatest hits disc, mismatched case, no manual. I was gonna say, how did this go from being like $60, $70 to $40 shipped? Oh man, I forgot about Neo Bomberman. So many exciting games. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the days of DS Online. The final innocent days of, like, being able to play games online. You just get built-in online with the game. No hoops to jump through. You just put the thing in, hook in the Wi-Fi, and you're good to go. We had it so good with the online on the DS and didn't even realize it. 40... Okay. How many games is this? That looks like it's got to be about 200 games. I'm sure it's all unplayable junk. Let's see. Looks like they're highlighting the best games, which... Nothing to get too excited over. Yeah, this is a bait listing. I'm telling you, this person in Japan right now, if they sell this, they're throwing a party. All these games, you gotta remember, a lot of these are pretty much like... RPGs, the best way to think of it, RPGs in Japan are typically like our equivalent of sports games. They are bargain bin... I don't want to say shovelware, but like... RPGs tend to be super cheap in Japan. So this copy of Chrono Cross in Japan, you can probably pick it up for a few bucks. Valkyrie Profile, a few dollars equivalent. Like, they are so cheap. So if they were to sell this for $2,300, believe me, they are making out. Especially if they're in poor condition. Like, actually poor condition. Because don't forget, in Japan, people consider poor condition to be like a speck on the freaking case. Hey, look at this. Fox Hunt hat. That is incredibly rare. That's crazy. Not only is it one of the hardest to find PS1 games, but they literally made a hat for it. This is probably going to be one of a kind at this point almost. Wonder what the history behind that is. Interesting. If I was more into, like, I like obscure merchandise, but I don't think I'd want a hat for Fox Hunt. If it was like a standee, I'd be interested in that. But I don't want a hat. They're also hard to display. You gotta worry about the dust and all that. The only hats I have are for, like, some vintage Sonic hats. Ultra rare Cindy's Caribbean Holiday. Your head's too big for hats. Sure, they gotta make some oversized hats or something on Amazon. There's always a hat out there for everybody. Case only for Jackie Chan. This game has gotten very expensive. Just the back case. No, we haven't come across D yet. No feet, no D. Apparently people only whipping that stuff out on the weekends. Not on the weekdays. And I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool. the greatest hits in that bright green packaging. I wouldn't mind owning a copy of Final Fantasy VII in that packaging. Do I collect movies? I used to. But then, like, my shelf that I kept all my movies on, I ran out of space. And then I just I don't know, I started buying Blu-rays, and it just gets expensive collecting movies. It really does, especially if you're keeping up with like, the new ones as they come out. These days, honestly, if I'm going to watch a movie, I just go on a stream. I go on Tubi or Prime or Netflix or something. I love physical movies. I'd love to get back into it, but it's like, I don't know. I'd rather just use my money on games or something. But I have a pretty big horror DVD collection. Blu-ray. Some like anime films. I don't really have series, but I got like a lot of the movies that I used to buy back in the day. I have a very big horror VHS collection. Because my grandparents, when they passed away, they had a humongous VHS collection. It was so massive that we literally had to throw away most of it in the dumpster. I'm not even joking. Like 2 dumpsters, maybe even more. Sadly, a lot of the movies they stored in their basement, and the basement had mold, like, you know, some mold issues. But I tried to cherry pick pretty much anything horror, I took it. So I rescued pretty much all the horror VHS, a lot of the... Pretty much if it had a really cool looking cover with awesome looking artwork, like an action movie, if I could tell it was something from like the 80s or the 90s, and it looked like it was going to be like a really good B movie, I took that. But yeah, they used to go to a flea market every week, and my grandpa would buy VHS every week. And then they also bought out a VHS store when it closed down. So they literally had more than a VHS rental store in their home. They love their VHS, that is for sure. Needless to say, every time I went over to see my grandparents when I was younger, there was always something to watch. Literally, like, imagine going to your grandparents' house for the weekend, and you're literally, like, inside of a VHS rental store, and you could just watch whatever you want. Yeah. And every time you'd go, they'd have all the latest and greatest new selection of movies. Because my grandpa, when he would go to the flea market, he'd go to... I've told the story a couple of times, but he would go inside of a white van, no windows, and he would buy VHS in the back of this van because it was illegal, the movies, right? Like, the person he was buying from, it was the black market trade of... some of the movies would still be in movie theaters, so some of them would be preview copies that were meant to be sent to press. Some of them were actually people that would set up a recorder in the movie theater and record the movie illegally, and you could, like, hear the audience and everything. And they'd get those onto VHS, and they'd print out a fake cover and everything. Like, so I was watching movies that were, like, still in the theater. No, it wouldn't have been that tricky. Most of them were, like, I pretty much cherry-picked everything I wanted, and the rest were literally thrown into a dumpster. So it wasn't that collection. Because back then, you gotta remember, back then VHS were not really as quote-unquote valuable as they are now. They're not really sought after back then. They were still very frowned upon as a medium. So we couldn't even give them, like, we offered to give them, like, sell them, but even at some point, like, give them to a VHS store that was still renting and selling VHS, and even they didn't want it. To be fair, that VHS store went out of business, like, several years later. They probably saw the writing on the wall. the normal person would not be able to take how many VHS there were. Like, unbelievable amount. Hey, what's up, Epic? It's going alright. Not as many deals on the weekday, that's for sure, but still a good stream. What Wii games I think will increase in value? Tom, if I were you, I'd literally just buy anything that is exclusive to Wii that looks like something you want to play. Like, especially if it's something developed in Japan. Like, if it's any kind of, like, an RPG equivalent game. Anything with anime characters, like RPG, platformer, just buy it. Because everything in the future that is exclusive to Wii and halfway decent, that isn't some kind of shovelware game, is going to go up. The time has not yet come for the Wii. Honestly, I think Baroque is going to be one of the bigger ones. Because the PS2 copy is already going up. The Wii version is a little frowned upon because it's got motion controls. But I would look into Baroque. Fragile Dreams for sure. Right now it's pretty manageable. But I think in like 5 to 7 years, Fragile Dreams is going to be by far one of the most expensive games on that console. This is a cute game. This is a game about just singing cats. It's like a cat raising simulator and they all just meow. Very interesting art style in this game. I've streamed it a while ago. Jingle cats. Kind of playable without knowing Japanese. You just kind of like fiddle around in the game. Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you for the 112 months. It's a big one. Appreciate it. Metroid Prime Trilogy. If people prefer... Well, the thing is, with the Switch, you can play with the gyro controls. I don't think so. I don't think Metroid Prime Trilogy, because I really feel like Nintendo is going to re-release a new trilogy on Switch 2 for Metroid Prime at some point. Maybe people would go for that if Nintendo releases it digitally instead of physically, but I just don't think they're going to let those games remain on the Wii. Oh yeah, it's pricey, but in terms of like blasting up in price, I don't think it's really gonna happen, unless they remain on the Wii and like Nintendo just never does anything with Metroid Prime again. I mean, I got my Wii games here. I'm trying to remember if there's. I would say Mushroom Men, but Mushroom Men did get a large print run. It's a pretty common game. Oh, Shiren the Wanderer for sure. I can't wait. Did they port Shiren off of Wii on the Switch or something, or is the Wii one still kind of exclusive? I can't remember. If it's not, if they didn't port it, that's a big one. Honestly, look into pick. They have a huge print run, but they have been creeping up in price over the years. The Sonic Storybook games, Secret Rings and Black Knight, they've been going up in value slowly but steadily. And they are for certain going to remain exclusive. There's no way those games are ever getting ported. So if I were you, I'd pick them up while they're still like pretty cheap. They used to be dirt cheap. We're talking like $5 a copy, if that. They're now like $15, $20 each. Most of the time. Deadly Creatures, I could see going up a little bit, but that is a pretty common game. It's not like super common, but it's also not like uncommon, so it has a pretty high print run. I don't know if they never ported Rune Factory Frontiers somewhere else. I would also look into Rune Factory Frontiers. Oh, Arcrise Fantasia. Even though I'm not a big fan of that game, I would definitely look into Arcrise Fantasia. Opuna, of course, you mentioned that one. Lost in Shadow. Don't worry about the Wii version of Klonoa. Chocobo's Dungeon, even though there is a quote-unquote new version of that they ported to, I think, PS4, I still think the Wii version's better. What else? Oh, Cursed Mountain. Any horror game. Any exclusive horror game on Wii. They're so undervalued right now, the horror games that are on Wii, it's unbelievable. Get those while you can if you're interested in those. The Last Story. You don't got to worry about Xenoblade. Pandora's Tower. Those would be the last couple for sure. See? Secret Ring is this person wants $20, $17 shipping. We discussed it a little bit earlier in the stream, Christian, about an hour ago. It's a complex answer that I can't really answer quickly. I heard this game is pretty good, Go Vacation. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. No, I was thinking of Go Vacation, I think. Was this the one that they ported to Switch? Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. GTI Club is rare, yes. It is? Okay, so it is the one I'm thinking of. I would imagine Steelbook goes for more than the standard. Oh, Endless Ocean, people want 19 bucks for that. So the first Endless Ocean is definitely a little more uncommon. The second one got a huge print run. So I would look into the first Endless Ocean. Second one, that's dime a dozen. And look, see, I told you. These are way more than they used to be. And I think people are really warming up to the Storybook Sonic games on Wii. They're really fun. I think if you wrote them off originally, I think you should give them a second shot. I think to enjoy collecting for Wii, you gotta like super curate it. If you start going for anything just because it's cheap, I don't think you're gonna have a fun time with it. You just gotta like thin that thing out to the bare bones best essential exclusives. I think that's the best way of going about Wii. What I don't recommend that you buy lots of games, like, you know, a bundle of games essentially for Wii. I think the best way to go about it, buy the games individually, one by one, based on what you're actually looking for. Penny Racer's Party, huh? One game at a time. Best way to do it. Don't dilute your Wii collection. This might be pretty fun. I do think driving games are some of the best games to play on the Wii. They're just... I think they've aged the best, personally, in terms of, like, Dead Space Extraction. Well, that's available on PS3 as well, right? Racing games on Wii I find kind of very easy to go back to. Because who doesn't love that sort of, like, just rock your controller back and forth to drive? It's pretty simple. Sure, one of these days I'll get the motion itch again. The waggle itch. Sounds like a terrible disease. Oh, wow. Mad World actually getting up there. I say getting up there because this used to be, like, one of the cheapest Wii games. This game would be so much more expensive if it was actually rare. So the waggle's too much for you. Yeah, I can see that. What you could do, though, is you could only collect Wii games. It could be a very interesting curated collection. Only buy Wii games that pretty much feature no motion control or very minimal or optional. I remember being so disappointed with the Conduit. My goodness, that was one of the biggest letdowns on that console. Oh yeah, another one too. Rhythm Heaven Fever. I'm just gonna say, if the next Rhythm Heaven... I can never remember the freaking name of the new one, but if the next Rhythm Heaven comes out and is for some reason it just like blows up... Nintendo has tried for a while now to make Rhythm Heaven big. They really tried with Rhythm Heaven on the DS. I don't know if any of you remember, but that game had a huge print run and a fairly big marketing push. But it never really... The series never really took off for them the way they probably wanted it to. But if this new one comes out... Don't forget, it's coming out still very early on when there's a ton of people looking for new Switch 2 games. It's still in that sort of like a launch window kind of phase. If that game comes out and is like a runaway smash hit for them, the price of previous Rhythm Heaven games are going to go crazy. Because a lot of people are still very unaware that that series exists. And they may discover it for the first time with the new game. So, if there are any Rhythm Heaven games that you have wanted, I would recommend looking into them before... Because the price is only going to go up, right? The prices on Rhythm Heaven Fever and Rhythm Heaven on DS are not going down when the new one comes out. They may stay the same. There may be no change. But if it's something that you've been meaning to pick up, you should probably do it before the new one. Just saying. Because I really feel like that series is just like waiting for its moment. Because they're amazing games. They just don't get the recognition that they probably deserve yet. Yeah, in the US, we didn't get a physical copy of Mega Mix. We only got the digital of that. Crazy, right? Have I played Bomberman Fantasy Race on PS1? Yeah, it's a good racing game. I enjoyed it. It reminds me of Sonic R to some degree. Someone just bought your PS2 Rogue Galaxy fast, like in minutes. You must have had a good price on it. Rhythm Heaven series is... There's nothing else out there like it for rhythm games. Like, if you're a rhythm game fan, that series still stands on its own. Nothing like it. It's very unique. I look forward to it. GTI Club. Yeah, I hear this is good. I actually had someone offer to send this to me, I believe. Many years ago. Forget why I told them no. I don't remember why. I should have said, hell yeah, send it on over. But there was a reason I told them to keep it for themselves. Just can't remember why. Yeah, the Dragon Quest one. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the Dragon Quest Theater Rhythm game. I'd be able to play it too. I got my Japanese 3DS. Unfortunately, if I were to stream that though, I'd have to stream it like with a webcam. But that's okay. My webcam is really good quality now. I can make that work. I should do a Japanese 3DS stream. I do have a pretty decent Japanese 3DS collection. I just can't do the capture card with that one. Region locked, unfortunately, with 3DS stuff. My modded console. I remember these Glacier games actually looking kind of fun. I didn't know they did 3 of them, my goodness. Just fun motion control games. I don't think Wii has more than PS2. I could be wrong. I don't know the numbers offhand. Wii has a ton of games, though, for sure, yeah. But there are a ton of PS2 games. Unfortunately, I don't have tips for finding a CRT TV. I don't really look on the marketplaces that it would sell those to begin with. Honestly, it seems like if you want to get one, you gotta look on things like Facebook Marketplace. Or some people just straight up buy them on eBay, as crazy as that sounds. Look on eBay, search local, like closest to you, and then just see what's out there. That may be one of your better bets, because if someone sells on eBay, they may not be posting it on other sites. And you might be able to get lucky. Yeah, you can go to the thrift stores, but those are very competitive these days. They're picked clean like every day, so you gotta be pretty much going every day and checking. Get one free off Facebook for 20 bucks or under. Yeah. Now Facebook is certainly going to be your best bet. But you gotta be diligent. You gotta be beating the local competition. It probably depends where you live and where you're from and who's around you. And Bomb, is that your third super chat tonight? Thanks as always, I really appreciate it. Have I played Bomberman Tournament or Klonoa Heroes Densetsu? No Star Medal. Bomberman Tournament being the one on Game Boy Advance, I think, right? I actually have not played that Bomberman. Most of the Bomberman games that I've played have been on the like home console versions. There's a ton of Bomberman games. The only handheld Bomberman that I have played was Wario Blast. And I played a Bomberman game on DS? I think? I can't remember all the Bomberman games I've played. But no, I haven't played any like Game Boy Advance Bomberman. I do have Klonoa Heroes on Game Boy Advance. I bought that long time ago. I tried playing it. I didn't beat it, and my memory of it is kind of vague. It's a cool spin-off game though, but like Klonoa to me is literally just Klonoa 1 and 2. PS1 Klonoa, PS2 Klonoa. The other Klonoa games are like, they're cool, but I don't hold them as in high of regard as the first two games. And that goes for the Game Boy Advance games and the WonderSwan game as well. Yeah, you don't really want to play the Wii version of Klonoa. The hierarchy for me, so if you're going to play Klonoa 1, you want to play Klonoa 1 on PS1, then you want to play Klonoa Reverie Collection, and then you want to play Klonoa Wii. Klonoa Wii should be a last resort. Klonoa Reverie Collection should only be played if you have no other way of playing the original Klonoa. Because, I'm telling you, the difference... One of the reasons you play Klonoa is for the voice acting. I know that sounds crazy because it's just like gibberish speech. But it's a huge difference. Those of you that are hardcore Klonoa fans like I am, you know what I'm talking about. If you've played the remake and you've played the original, you know how different the voices are in the new one versus the original PS1 version. To me, it ruined the ending in Reverie Collection. Klonoa 1 has one of the most emotional, heartfelt endings in any game I've ever played. Reverie Collection ruins it. And not everybody feels that way, not everybody's a hardcore Klonoa fan, I understand. But I'm telling you, if you've never played Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle, make sure you try and emulate, buy the digital download, whatever the heck you gotta do, just play the PS1 version first. Way better. Cutscenes were different looking, the voice acting is very different. The emotional, bombastic ending is nothing like the original game on Reverie Collection. It actually, it almost ruined the game for me the first time I played it, Reverie Collection. I had my tissue box ready, I'm like, alright, here we go. And then I heard the voice acting, and I'm like, oh, okay, that doesn't hit as hard. Yeah, and the graphics are way different. Like, the sprite work in PS1 version is a lot. I think the Reverie Collection looks great, but there's just something about those 2D sprites on 3D backgrounds that is such a unique, underused art style. I wish we had more games like that, and Klonoa is one of the last bastions of that art style. However, I will say that Reverie Collection for Klonoa 2 is a good step up. They don't make drastic changes with the voice acting and such like they did with Klonoa 1. The art style more similarly matches the PS2 anyway. The one thing that you give up going from the PS2 to the Reverie Collection is they remove the cell shading look in Reverie Collection, which is a really cool look in the PS2 version. But I think Reverie Collection does a good job with Klonoa 2. Oh, here's another one. Yeah, Dragon Quest Swords. I love Dragon Quest Swords. This game, I think this is one of the most underrated games on Wii. Some people laugh at this game because it's just, you know, it's a waggle game with Dragon Quest. But if you're a Dragon Quest fan and you still somehow have not played this game, you should get on it. It's such a fun rail game. It's like a rail shooter with swords. It's like the perfect game for Dragon Quest fans. It's really fun. Yeah, it's really fun. This game gets so much undeserved hate. I still need to pick up Castlevania Judgment. I think I like this game when I eventually play it. Waggle it up. Sure, it's got good music. I can't help you at Ogre Battle. I'm pretty inexperienced in that series. I've played very little of it. I never really played them enough to fully get like engrossed in its mechanics. They're very different. The Klonoa Game Boy Advance games they're good, but they're way more puzzly than you expect them to be. They're not like the PS1 and PS2 games where it's a good healthy amount of just like fun platforming. The Game Boy Advance games are definitely like, the DNA is largely made up of very puzzle style platforming with like pushing boxes and switches, and which isn't my favorite thing. Oh my god. $75 for Michael Jackson, The Experience. I wonder if this has gone up because of the movie. I don't remember it always being that expensive. It almost certainly must have gone up because of the film. Pokepark is like a minigame compilation set in an amusement park. Yeah, I went to see Michael. I thought it was great. It was a very enjoyable biopic. I'm hoping they make part 2. Because this only scratches the surface. I saw it in IMAX. It was fun. Thought the acting and the singing was great. Well, the critics will have you believe that Michael is a train wreck, but the audience consensus on it is pretty clear. Centipede infestation. I thought the box art was different on this. kind of interested in trying this. Must be thinking of a different one. Yeah, they will apparently probably tackle that stuff in part 2. All the controversies. Well, I mean, it depends what you believe. If you believe that, then yeah, I mean, the Michael movie is gonna be pretty awkward to watch. Oh, this is getting expensive. Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles. Did they port this to PS3? I could swear this got a port somewhere, right? Or is this still Wii? Digital only? Okay, I thought I remembered something about that. Obviously, I want physical. Favorite subject in school? Oh. I don't know, that probably varied year by year. Pretty sure I always found like my science class is pretty fascinating. I always hated math. Math was always miserable. I mean, who liked math? Nobody. Unless you were good at it. Obviously, I always liked my art classes, but who didn't like art classes? It was pretty much like a break. This game is supposed to be a jank fest. I really need to pick this up sometime. I used to watch somebody do speedruns of this. Crazy broken game. Jumper. Super broken. Yeah, it looks terrible. Such a broken game. Yeah, here. I don't think I mean, I feel like I need to revisit this game at some point just to try it. I don't think I'd beat it, but just to like do a stream of it, just to see maybe if I like it a little bit more. But Arcris Fantasia, I don't know. It's like a 6 out of 10 RPG. But it is one of those kind of games where when the Wii-pocalypse happens, it's gonna go up for sure. Because there's not a lot of exclusive RPGs on the Wii, and that's one of them. Yeah, you teleport and jumper. I'm sure Ocean Commander's still expensive. Any of the Wii games that are actually super rare, even though they're terrible, believe me, they're still expensive. They're still up there. $150 for Prime Trilogy. This might be seeing a bit of a resurgence right now because of Prime 4. But I'm still not... Like, it's expensive right now, yes, but I don't see that game ever becoming like $300. Especially if Nintendo ever re-releases them. In some capacity. The Wii controls. Yeah. Well, some people prefer the Wii controls. They may be more accurate on the Switch too if they release them that way with the gyro. Yeah, I actually think the Wii remote stuff works great in Prime. Did we ever figure? Did they ever port this Sheeran the Wonder? Did anybody ever know? Did they ever bring this out anywhere else, or is this one still exclusive to Wii? Because if this is still exclusive to Wii, I could see that doing numbers in the future. Sheeran the Wonder actually had a pretty high print run, believe it or not, when it first came out. It was a pretty cheap game for a long time. That one, I wouldn't even count the Vita in terms of like home consoles. As long as this is still the only home console, not handheld. Yeah, that has potential in the future. But the thing that's keeping it back, honestly, is the fact that the game isn't that rare. I'd say it's uncommon. This game had a huge print run. This was around the time when Atlas was really starting to print way more copies than they used to. Oh, Bug Island. That's one. That would go up. I mean, this is way more expensive than I remember it being. That's a fun little horror game. Gets a little tiresome midway through, but that's another one to look into. Like I said, any horror game on Wii, if you're interested in them, just get them now. You can't go wrong. Core Gang. One of my favorites. I'm not sure if Core Gang would ever go up. It's not a super common game, but it's not rare. But it is an exclusive 3D platformer, and it gets my highest recommendation. Also, any of the light gun games, except for Ghost Squad. Any light gun game that you're interested in, look into that. Because those are pretty timeless on the Wii with the motion controls. Shattered Memories. I would say if you're picking up a horror game, Shattered Memories might be one of the first ones you should look into, because the PS2 copy is getting so ridiculously expensive. The people that would have considered the PS2 copy are gonna start having to consider the Wii copy. This will certainly go up because the PS2 one is becoming unobtainable for a lot of people. Hello, Garrett. Appreciate it. All right. I do have to get ready to go to the gym. I don't make excuses, right? Like, even though it is 11:30 at night, I do not allow myself to make excuses to miss a day that I'm supposed to go to the gym. So I'm literally going to end the stream and go do my pull day. So we're gonna call it here. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Yeah, we'll be doing some fun games throughout the remainder of the week. You know, eBay will be on Saturday again. We'll get back on normal schedule. Unfortunately, we fell behind by a few days this week. So, yeah, you guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everybody that resubbed, joined as a member, super chatted, lurked, watched. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to make sure I make the VOD public before I leave as well, if you missed the beginning of the stream. Alright, have a good night.